Hello? I don't know. I'm not going to it. I'm sure it's going to be delightful. Yes, yes, we are. Made a new economics of Kyrgyzstan video, which you thought was funny based on the last time we watched video. They're probably still dealing with the aftermath of that video. Because regardless of whether or not that video made a compelling argument, there's enough people out there that just like to believe everything's evil. And are more than happy to still rail on scat. So, I'm not surprised they're still dealing with that. I don't think they're necessarily perfect. There's clear room for improvement, but, you know. You know. Perfect. That was for you, Mike. Coordinated it and everything. Boom, ba-doo, ba-doo, doo, doo, ba-doo, doo, doo, ba-doo, doo, doo. Dog. Bork. Big Bork. The Borkiest. What should you get for food? That's a good question. Tacos, milk steak. Honestly, yeah, milk steak. Go get some milk steak, comrade. You seem to be a big fan of it, right? It sounds delicious. You love milk steak. Well, it sounds like you know what you're making then. Yum. Barf, barf, barf. Barf. Barf, barf. Terraria development has returned. What else are they gonna do? Terraria 2 fell through years ago. They've got nothing else. Of course they're gonna keep returning to Terraria. Interestingly enough, I was talking about this the other day to somebody. Like, people are constantly pissing and moaning about, oh, games are always the same. They just slap a bigger number at the end and it's the same game. Same game, same game. And yet, the second a series tries to deviate from their standard formula, what do you think happens? Gamers like, this ain't fucking the last thing. Terraria 2 isn't Terraria 1. We hate it. I hate it. We don't want it. Fuck you, developers. Get this garbage out of here. We don't care if it's good or not. It's not Terraria 1. So this is why we have COD 27, Call of Duty 27, coming out next year. This is why. Y'all seeing the D&D movie? It's supposed to be pretty good. I don't go to theaters to see nothing. I'll wait until it comes out later, and then I'll judge it harshly. And probably enjoy it. Because it does look pretty good. Yellow, too. Promo D20 shaped popcorn bucket that scalpers are selling on eBay for $80. Hey, look, I like D20s. I do. I really do. But it's a fucking popcorn bucket. Calm down, people. Who gives a shit? Nobody should. It's the best special popcorn bucket you've ever seen. You got a link? Is there a picture of it? Don't link me to your eBay account selling one, you son of a bitch. Secretly Comrade's side hustle. He comes into channel. Hey, this bucket's pretty cool. Hey, here's a link to one. Okay. I mean, as far as buckets go, that's a pretty good bucket. I'll give him that. But I still don't know if that's worth going goo-goo over and pay. It sure as fuck ain't worth $80. Like, look at how cheap that thing actually is. Bro, you could 3D print something better than this. Yeah, honestly, you could 3D print this. Just to put dice in, which is very... Yeah, but, like... This is... Like, you can tell how cheaply made this is. What is... It's probably a heat-formed plastic. It looks thin as hell. Well, the lid looks like it might be a little sturdier, but... It looks like the areas between the obvious vertices, you know, the corner points, looks thin as hell. It would have to be to get that fine of a detail. Especially with how much detail you can see, like, underneath the lid and shit. Yeah. I don't know. Just go see the... Like, are these available? Can you just go see the movie and get one? Like, I don't understand. Why are people spending $80 on this? This is why people are broke, chat. Because you know damn well 90% of the people spending $80 on this fucking bucket are broke. And this is why they're gonna stay broke. Oh my god. You can even see the molding line on it. I just noticed. Alright, hold on. What the hell? Why is that recording such a weird... Wait, that's not... Hello? That never got fixed after I played DD. Understood. I didn't think Darkest Dungeon would ruin this screen, too. Holy crap. Okay, there we go. You can see the fucking molding line. Oh, let me zoom in on that a little closer so you can get a real good look at it. Oh, you can see it here, too. This is a cheap injection molded piece of crap. It's not even heat formed. I take it back. It's just injection molded. How did they get... That's a very thin injection molding, too. Look at how thin that is. Oh, yeah, this thing's gonna last about a year before it starts falling apart under its own weight. Yeah, $80 well spent. Yep. That's a good $80. Yeah, especially if you're carrying dice around and this thing's gonna collapse in on itself. Like a singularity. Oh my god. $80 on eBay because the scalpers are going out and buying them all from the theater. I can't imagine they're selling that many. Then again, at $80 a pop, they only have to sell like 5. And they're probably in. Not a bad deal to go to a theater for free, get paid to go, basically. If you get one there and then sell them for 80. Yeah. I'm just curious who the hell, like... Okay, so people with money aren't going to buy this, chat. People who actually legitimately have money, you know why? Because they'll just have one custom made that's better quality. If you got money, you ain't buying this. It's broke-ass people going out paying $80 for this piece of shit. That's not going to last them more than a couple of years, maybe, if they're functionally using it. This is why broke people are broke. They can't help themselves. They're dumb with money. I'm broke, but I ain't dumb with money. I'm broke for a number of other reasons, like a crippling addiction to meth being one of them. Anyway. That and all the little baby Joes running around and paying child support on. There's a ton of them. Canon ain't got nothing on me. They're like $20 from AMC. I wouldn't even pay $20 for it. I mean, at least I'm getting popcorn in that case. Did the scalpers did they include the popcorn? At least that's a value add. Even the paint job is kind of scuffed on this, too. A little bit. Oh, God. And from AMC, the popcorn is half the price. Well, that's... yeah. They know they couldn't charge any more for this. They weren't even going to bother trying. $10 if you were getting popcorn anyway. Yeah, that's about all this is worth is $10. Ironically, the only reason there is a market for this is because of scalpers. If scalpers didn't exist, there'd be no market for this. They created the market themselves. Which is fascinating, honestly. Good hustle. I ain't even going to blame the scalpers on this one. They can have it. Good win for them. Because there's no reason they should be making a profit off of this. None whatsoever. So if they can make a profit off of this... I don't give a shit. They can have it. It's theirs. Okay. Anyway. Fun. It's because it's limited. It's not limited, though. It's only limited because the scalpers bought them all. That's the thing. It's not legitimately limited. It's like when a video game produces an item and it's just limited quantities available. It's digital pixels. They can make as many of them as they wanted, as fast as they wanted. Because they could just copy, paste, copy, paste. Oh, let's create this code that'll spin up new versions of this. It's only limited because the scalpers limited it. They're making... I hope they're not making bank, but if they are making bank, they earned it. Well played. Good on them. You know, like it a lot better than the weird Disney character buckets that Disney does sell for $80, you think? Well, that's Disney. That's a whole nother can of worms itself. Artificial scarcity working its magic. Exactly. 2 understands. There's no actual scarcity of this item. If scalpers weren't going out buying them by the fucking dozens, there'd be plenty. There'd be no issue. Oh, dear. Artificial scarcity is still scarcity and therefore affects price. Only because people are stupid. If people weren't stupid, it wouldn't. Because you know what's going to happen? Scalpers only have so much money they can blow on this shit, especially if they're not earning profit back, so people just calm the hell down, chilled out for a minute. Guess what AMC's going to do? They're going to get more buckets. Why? Because the buckets are now popular. Wait a week. Scalpers can't afford to just keep going out and buying all the buckets. They can't fucking do it. They got to turn a profit. They buy too many buckets, they ain't turning a profit. It's a balancing act. There's only so much demand. Especially when the thing keeps resupplying. And this is not expensive for AMC to make, nor is it difficult. So it's not even artificially scarce. You just have to be patient. Wait 20 minutes for the factory to spin back up. Now, Joe, what do you think about Chixos Kiriko skins? I think half of them are ugly as shit. Scalpers are trying to make money off of the people that think AMC is never going to restock them for the probably like 2 months theater runtime of the movie. AMC is going to keep restocking them, especially if people are paying $10 extra. Because, chat, this did not cost $10 to make. Oh, you can't see it. I took it off screen, but that bucket did not cost $10 to make. Guarantee it. Less than $1 probably. Especially on a mass scale. The plastic was probably 10 cents. And then the operation to make it, all said and done, probably $1 or less to make this. Probably cheaper if it came from a Chinese manufacturer. Which, based on the build quality I'm seeing here, is probably the case. They didn't even try and hide those injection lines. Like, no, they didn't. Nothing. They're just there, all prominent. So, yeah, anyway, fun. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for anybody in this situation. AMC's making bank, scalpers are making bank, stupid people are losing money like they always do. Everyone's winning. Wins all around. Gotta file it down, make it all pretty. You don't even technically really need to file it down. You just have a better mold and you get smaller injection lines. Like, these injection lines are massive. They're huge. And I can also see, now that I look at it closer, I can also see where the silver paint is constantly bleeding into the darker silver paint. Like, all over the place. Even the paint job was scuffed. Cool. But with how thin it is, it might actually make a hole in it. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's pretty thin. Think about this, $10 for a comically large D20 to roll at your games. Bro, I could spend $10 to get an actually comical D20 that I actually can roll. You can get a huge D20 for like 15 bucks. 20 bucks. On topic of paint jobs now, your minis scream for some love. Chad, have you seen the detail on this thing? Have you seen how detailed this look at all of the detail on that. That terrifies me. That's kind of spooky. That's just his back, bro. There's the front. That is some spooky level of detail. I'm scared. That was Gia Pet Cthulhu. Gia Pet Cthulhu has male pattern balding. Not even Cthulhu can escape it. Like, it's just not growing on the top. It's growing like crazy on the sides and the back, but it's just like, he's got male pattern balding. It runs in the house. Oh. Paint them, they earned it. Oh, God. I mean, I might, okay. Alright, I will promise, at the very least, I will give them... What is it called when you give them the shadow, the wash that where it kind of sets in the crevices and gives them shadow and depth? What's that process called? I'll do that, at least, if nothing else. That should be easy enough. I don't think that's going to take much skill. A shadow washing or something? Is that what it's called? Oh, whatever it's called. At the very least, I will do that. I'm painting right now, Joe. No excuses, scum. I'm scared. I don't have all the techniques and fancy know-how, nor do I really have the time to learn, because you guys eat all my time. Between the Twitch and the YouTube, I don't have a lot of free time. I got a couple of hours in the evening where I'm not doing stuff for Twitch or YouTube. I got very limited time, and I usually prefer to spend that hanging out with people. Hire Mike to paint them. He is skilled. I already offered him Skittles. He didn't want any. That's all I got for him. I don't have $80 to go out and buy a bucket. I think it's what, about $80 to have a mini professionally painted? I think that's about the going rate. I could get a bucket for $80. Like, I gotta weigh the pros and cons here. Bucket, painted mini. Bucket, painted mini. You know? But Joe is broke and not stupid with money, exactly. And if I were stupid with money, I'd be buying a bucket like everybody else. What do you think I haven't spent the 50-something bucks it's gonna take to get all the supplies to paint these? I'm a goddamn miser. I pinch every penny. I don't spend a dime without doing months of research on what I'm buying. I bought a waffle maker for 24 bucks a couple of days ago. You know how long it took me to make that purchase? 3 days. I looked at waffle makers for 3 days to make sure I was getting the best bang for my buck. 3 days to buy a waffle maker. Three. I bought a syringe. To clarify that, hold on. To clarify that statement, the syringe is to suck the water out of the Chia Pet tray after it sweats out, because that tray is flimsy as hell and I spill it everywhere if I try and move it manually. So I just, like, suck the water out now and then water my other plants with it. That's what this is for. Get your heads out of the gutter. Anyway. It's a cheap plastic syringe. How long do you think I spent shopping around for syringes? 2 hours. 2 hours to buy a fucking syringe. It was $6. It's ABS plastic, I think. Pretty sure it is. I'd recognize ABS plastic anywhere. 2 hours to buy this. Was it $6? It might have been $5. I got 2 of them. Got the other one in case I need it for something else. I got the other one in the bathroom cupboard now. 2 hours of shopping. $150 ml for five something bucks. That was the best deal I could find. It was made out of a decent material. As it also make pancakes, I could probably inject pancake batter with it, yes. Still better than your father doing multiple multi-month researches before he finally decides. Well, you should have seen me shopping for a chair. You know how long it took me to start buying chairs? I shopped for chairs for a year and a half before I bought one. A year and a half! Chat was here for it. Those who were in Discord, for a year and a half I kept talking about chairs I was thinking about picking up and looking into. I spent a year and a half before I bought a chair. And then I bought 5 of them, and none of them worked. And then I found this one, and it works well enough. I'm satisfied with this purchase. That cursed road again. Exactly. See, Mike was here for it. Mike remembers the year and a half struggle of me shopping for chairs. I'm a miser, you know? I'm broke for reasons other than irresponsible spending. I really don't spend a lot of money. I'm broke for far different reasons. We'll be talking about your ass for 3 hours. Also true. That happened. This was supposed to be a video stream. Hold on, let me see if I can find a video. A 50 caliber hammer. I like it. Alright, probably not what I'm watching today, though. Let's see. I got a couple of ideas. Let me find one. Let's talk money. The business behind Kurskazuntight. God, it's a meme. Do I do the follow-up? Do I care? I don't think I care at this point. Oh, I should probably watch the follow-up. But then I'm gonna have to do research and look things up, and, okay, it's only a 10-minute video. Alright, we're gonna watch it. Let's watch the follow-up. To hell with it. I like suffering. Volume check. Maybe a little lower. Okay, that should be good. Come here. Let's do it. Twitch miniature painting stream. Well, I ain't got the stuff here yet. Joe, watch this instead. It might be funny. Watch that instead. Alright, well, maybe we'll watch both. Hold on, let me see what this is. What the hell is this? Darkest Dungeon Experience featuring the Twitch chat estate. Okay. That's in my wheelhouse, sure. Let's watch it. Alright, hang on. Let me get comfortable. Alright. Are we sure we don't want to talk about my ass for 3 hours, though? Like, now that the idea's been floated, I'll put it on the table. If you guys want it, just let me know. I'm sure you have a very fine ass, Joe. Okay. Alright, well, I'm guessing that's a no for now. We'll shelf that idea until we're desperate. That's fair. Morph. Okay. No, I've already been through that 3-hour hell. You just got the Cliff Notes version, Mike. Oh, this is a 19-minute video, so we should be here for about 3 hours. That works out. That should cover the time we need. Darkest Dungeon is not a game. It's a way of life and suffering. Carry on. Oh, hold on. Hang on. Let me restart. I forgot that.
Darkest Dungeon is a game.
Okay.
It's about managing health, stress, gold, disease, item stats, positions, buffs, debuffs, damage types, and most importantly, RNG.
And only one part of that's true, and it's the RNG at the end. Otherwise, you don't manage jack shit. Carry on. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. Everyone's favorite.
Man, I'm dead.
They're getting all the cliff notes, all the fan favorite. What the hell is that? Wait, was that a triple apex? Oh no, that was a triple apex. That's tough. That's pretty rare. That's rare footage. Usually it's a double or a single. That's tough. We've had that. We've had a run end. I'm pretty sure we had a one of our Deathless runs end on a triple apex. I think. I'm gonna see it again. Hold on, that's not even a bad one. There was no crits. It was only 20 damage. That's weak shit. Get out of here with that. That's not real suffering. Real suffering's when it's a triple crit for Like 40
I played the
damage.
game for a little bit more than 3 hours, so I decided I'm just killing Twitch chat. I'll make a new account only for Twitch chat. Hardest Twitch chat heroes. From now on, I'll be naming every hero after a Twitch chat member. I've used
Standard
the names if
practice.
people want to be the same character. Death is permanent. If you die in the game, you die in real life. There is heroes such as Woman at Legs, Jeremy, Drew, Mark, Soler, Woman, Shin Baker, Viking, Homeless, Turkish, Darkness, None. Each hero unique and irreplaceable. We have a limit of 16
does look
deaths and
homeless.
100 weeks to beat the darkest dungeon, so let's go.
Triple Apex
Everyone starts
RNG.
with Dismas the
Beautiful.
Highwayman and Reyno
Can
the
you get a
Crusader.
quad? No, thank God.
Not much bad can happen here since it's the tutorial. It's
Not much bad could happen here. Chat, how many runs did we have restart at the old road? Nothing bad could happen here. Oh, nothing bad could happen. These cuties here, they never do anything bad. They never, like, triple crit. Nothing bad ever
to teach you
happens
the
here.
basics of movement and fighting. Pedins.
Hey, nothing bad ever happens here. There it is. Case in point. Yeah, now this one follows up with a fucking crit and it's all over.
What the freak? Don't crit me for 17! Oh no! No. No.
Yeah,
no,
there's the
no,
bleed death.
No. No. Oh!
Yep.
Not much bad can happen here since it's the tutorial. First death wasn't even a Twitch chat member, but still rest in Paizuri Reynolds. The stagecoach provides fresh meat, daily heroes we can recruit, so we recruit Jumana the Vesto, Hatho the Houndmaster, Hot Jojo the Plague Doctor, and our highwayman becomes Mark Mill. I gotta remind you that the story is that our crazy ancestor firecrackered himself after playing with dark magic, and you're supposedly the only person who has to clean the Eldritch Horrors below the estate. Good luck Twitch chat. First mission starts with our 4 heroes. It was nothing special,
luck
we just
indeed.
fought basic skeleton enemies, we killed everything, and got the loot. Money!
Wait, did they do the full run
We
in the
recruit
tutorial?
Shimune the Occultic.
Hold on. Oh, they probably... Well... I don't know about that. Wait. Wait, the tutorial week starts... You... Wait. Oh, yeah, Reynold died, so it gives you the extra. Right. Honestly, shit, if you're not doing Deathless, letting Reynold die seems to be the way to go. Because then you get a stress healer. Right off the bat. I guess I've never actually been in a run where they've died on the old road where I didn't have to restart. No, there was, early on when I was first playing around with Blood Moon. Never mind. I think there's even a stream of it happening, now that I think about it. I just forgot. It's only ever happened, I think, once. Huh. Yeah, I forgot about it. Honestly, if it weren't for the whole Deathless thing, that would have been a great way to start. Just get Reynold offed. Easy. Like, how many runs did we lose because we didn't have a stress healer for like 6 weeks?
Since Nuriku the Grave Robber. Not every weekend the game is special and needs my narration, so when it doesn't, I'll just start editing more. Because the gameplay of this game is,
So many repressed memories, basically. Last attempt, your team dodged 100% of the attacks in the old road in the first run. Nice. Yeah, this looks like pretty standard practice.
our first boss fight.
Chat, I'm getting old. I've hit boomer status. These memes are popping up and disappearing so fast, I can't even fucking keep track of what's happening in this video. Like, this some Zoomer shit here. Like, my attention span's too long. I'm still thinking of a meme three back, and 3 more have happened, and I don't know what the hell's going on anymore. My brain doesn't work at this speed. Like, I think about stuff that I see. Like, you gotta basically turn brain off, look at image, laugh, haha, in order... Now, the problem is I have too much brain power. My brain actually wants to focus on things. That's the issue. I don't have ADHD, nor am I a Zoomer. I'm at a disadvantage here. You blame MTV for this rapid cut nonsense. Was that MTV? Did they do... I never watched MTV. I don't know. Did they do a lot of rapid cut nonsense? All right. I think my brain's caught. I still only remember one of the pictures. It was the. I'm still thinking about the dog in the picture of Smite and Unholy, and the dog bouncing back. That's the last thing I remember. Because that's the one my brain was like, beam it in, Scotty. We're going. This is the one we're thinking about. We just picked one at random. The memes that popped up after that, I don't know what any of them are.
Look at this, my baby.
That's a good pickup for that early, honestly. That's pretty good. Oh! I guess nobody died, so that's good. Or they... Wait, what happened? What was that?
Up to now, our new recruits are RDT the Flagellant, Isaac the Bounty Hunter, BF Mike PP the
Why is there
Antiquarian,
just a bunch of
Lucian the
random anime? Does the anime tie into the memes? Is the anime completely irrelevant? I don't know. I just see... Is the anime just there to keep the attention of the horny teenagers in chat? It's just like their attention starts wandering every like 2 seconds to something. What was that? Was Huh? It happened again. I sensed something. I should pay attention to this. Huh? What is that? What is that? You gotta put the horse blinders on them? That's basically horse blinders for horny teenagers. Focus in. You can watch it 0 points. Hold on, we're going into boomer mode. Give me a second. Alright, let's go 0.5. That should be about my speed.
Abomination, Nimu, Resto, and Kivina Diarabales.
I regret it already.
A lot of heroes were renamed, but I renamed way too much to be able to track. We reach week 10, there is a disease spreading called the Crimson Curse.
There is a disease spreading, yes. You feel an evil presence watching you.
It makes heroes want blood, which can be both beneficial
RPG teams pretty much, so kinda ties in? Okay.
Blood to quench. You can choose to not interact with the Crimson Court, but Mama didn't raise no sissy.
So, alright, hold on. Let me end my meme. I am slowing it down, but 0.5 is maybe a little much. Okay. Alright. So, the Crimson Court is something you can basically completely skip if you're not, you know, including it as part of the, like, the Torchless Deathless Blood Moon. Obviously, I had to do it. So you can completely ignore it if you want. The problem is, it makes the game better. I know a lot of people don't like it because it puts pressure on the playthrough, and that's the point. They also advise you not do it if this is like your first playthrough and stuff, but... Like, Darkest Dungeon's easy, chat. Like, once you've learned how the game actually works, just playing it normally is fucking brain dead. Like, I can't do a normal run anymore. I can't. I just get bored to fucking tears. Nothing ever goes wrong. It's all easy as hell. Everything's expected. Like, you don't even have to know, like, the percentages of this, like 12% to get to rabies from the... You don't have to know any of the minutia. Once you understand the general mechanics and how to not panic when you see a big crit, the game basically plays itself. Crimson Court actually puts pressure on you while playing through. Because now stuff's going down. You gotta manage your blood. You gotta manage how you're interacting with the courtyard itself. The courtyard itself is an act of management, considering how long each dungeon is. Especially if you're going through one shot. You got old Daddy Zealot out there looking to burn some marshmallows if you're not super careful. Like, it adds much needed dynamic pressure to the game. Because without that, everything is pretty much by the books. You can basically predict an entire playthrough of Vanilla Darkest Dungeon. I think it makes the overall gameplay experience significantly better. That's a little bit... It's not a super hot take, but that is a little bit of a hot take, because I know a lot of people hate Crimson Court. But I think it was necessary for the longevity of the game, honestly. You still get anxiety through the roof on normal runs. Yeah. If you mute it, it just kind of looks like it's going at a normal speed. True. Alright. Now that's thoughts out of the way.
Oh! Oh, there was
Unnatural.
a boss?
Technically, he's a mini-boss, I guess. He's also bright. Bye! God, dear God. It's tough. See, this is where it comes from. Once you know the game's mechanics, everything goes as expected. You know what you do for that fight? You take a shield breaker, you take a bounty hunter, and it never gets to Apex Predator, and the fight just ends. Ingloriously, with no threat to your party. You just shit stomp the gator into the ground. Right back into the swamp you came from. Misclicked a weak once. I've done that. That's how you know you're a veteran DD player, when you misclick a weak.
You're probably wondering, like, I don't know what's going on. Don't worry,
Yeah,
my
I have
child.
no idea
Papa's
what's going on
ego
in this
shall
video.
teach you. Every hero has skills that work in different positions to hit different positions, like strikes, bleed, blight, stun, push, bow, debuff, buff, heal, stress heal. Some
And
heroes only
80%
like the
of it is
back
useless
line,
if you're not
others
doing
like only the
damage.
front line, and some even work in every position you put them. The same applies to enemies, so a fight is just balancing your and the enemy's positioning. Every dungeon you pick to go to has different types of enemies. Ruin has bony boys, Warren has beastie boys, Weld has shroomy boys, Cove has fishy boys, Courtyard has sucky boys, Farmstead has farmy boys, Darkest Dungeon, we don't speak about it. Money you collect can be used to stress heal your heroes or upgrade their skills and equipment. That's really everything, the rest is just get good.
You don't even have to get good. Like Hollow Knight, you actually have to get good. Darkest Dungeon, you don't. Just go spend an hour reading the wiki. That's how I did it. That's my secret.
I am fucking blind.
This is backwards, by the way. Who is it who gets the most kills in this fight? Sure as hell ain't Big Daddy here.
Fucking blind.
Most dangerous enemy in that fight. Nobody can convince me otherwise. I've had more characters die to his little punk ass after the big guy dies than I've had die to the big guy. Like, when I was new at the game, veteran at the game, doesn't matter. He's got more bodies under his bed. This is in reverse. Wilbur is mean, true. There's so much horny porn of DD. See the entire mod section of I don't even go there anymore. I love mods. I can't do it anymore. I can't go to Nexus mod either. Nexus mod is so fucking bad anymore. Like, it's all bad. People need to keep their horny to themselves. Fuck off, bro. Fuck off. You're ruining a good thing for everybody else.
I think if you kill it, it becomes easier, right?
To be fair, that's a bait Red Hook sets you up for. Almost everyone makes that mistake on their first run through, because people don't realize Red Hook are malicious yet. See, having the Plague Doctor here isn't even bad. Oh, fuck. Okay. Anyway, having the Plague Doctor here isn't even bad. You know why? Plague Doctor can remove the bleeds. You know what's probably going to kill your characters? The bleeds. On top of that, you still have the stuns. Crocky Boys is stunnable. Oh, 100% stun resist? It's because he's been stunned recently. So you're already... you probably stunned with Man-at-Arms, though, didn't you? Man-at-Arms isn't bad here either, honestly, because you can knock him back. But anyway... remove bleeds, get stuns. Not bad at all, honestly. And you can buff your actual killer here, the Grave Doc. The Grave Doc? The Grave... The cough, turn your head and cough skeleton, the Grave Robber. The Grave Robber. That's your actual killer in this fight. That's your main DPS here. You punch right through that 20% prompt, don't give a fuck. You give the damage buff to her, 2 crits, this fight's over. This is actually not a bad comp, because you got the Men-at-Arms to knock the Gator back. You got the Plague Doctor for the utility. You slam it out. No. It's music DMC. Who gives a shit? I'll take the strike, baby.
Mike.
You're my friend now.
A great support rather than a tank, put him in any rank, blights and cures with scientific might, with thickness just right, heals and lights the path ahead, stuns and strikes anything alive or dead, swings, obliterates and smashes despite his blindness, diseases and rashes. Dark rituals he performs.
The rashes are what make him hit so hard. That's a lot of anger.
A tactical man that guards on a whim. To get to someone you gotta go through him. A vile weaponized rebel let loose, hacks wildly any position, just choose. Oh, who ya good boy? Who ya good boy? Oh, you are. And because the farm steed we beat, the thing from the stars, we might meet. Also,
easy fight.
I'll get you, bitch.
Immigrant stores cancer.
God, the memes are almost too fast even on 0.75.
Right now. Ah! I just started the dungeon!
Classic. At least it's not the Fanatic, he's still way worse. So, he's already fought this thing once, and he went into a dungeon where the coin flip exists to get him, and he didn't bring anyone who can bypass armor? Bold choice. Wait, didn't they change the thing from the stars so it's not prot anymore? Now it's just a flat 80% like buff? So you can't ignore it anymore? Or was that the canon? Or was that both of them? They might have changed that, actually. I don't know. I don't even know when the hell this happened. What's up, Hef?
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today. progress was halting, and the rapidly accumulating surplus of wasted flesh had become burdensome.
Burdensome indeed. Look at that huge damage.
Oh shit.
Wait, this shit is still too fast. 25% slower. How the hell do people watch this stuff and actually keep track of what's going on?
Off to hang myself.
Nice backflip, bro. Your raid group's yelling their lungs. It sounds like a raid group. Quiet on comms. Quiet on comms.
RDT, don't worry, you like pain. You like pain. Pain good. The thing from the start! This is a good start. This is a good start for me. Yeah! This is a bad start. This is a bad start.
I'll get you, bitch.
It's a pretty good start, honestly. Hey, you only crit you like 3 times that fight. That's pretty good.
You can fight each boss only once per area difficulty, not counting reoccurring bosses like Crocodilian, Collector, and Shambler. Farmstead is used for infinite wave killing to gain comet charge to buy cool items. While killing the Crimson Court bosses heals everyone of their Crimson Curse, but it's the longest dungeon in the game. There's also a second way of curing the curse.
A worldview buttressed by dogmatic desperation invariably leads to single-minded fanaticism and a need to do terrible things in the name of righteousness. This
That's still a
man
good
is
line.
An animal. He must be put down.
That's a 50 DKP minus? Exactly. Ah, the good old days of raiding. See, the worst part of this fight is if your A-bomb gets put on the pyre, your A-bomb's no longer an A-bomb. And then you're just at a massive disadvantage.
Yes, 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 yes. Rightful condemnation. Mike died. Mike died.
You fall into the trap of this fight, focusing way too much on the pyre. Not enough on the boss who's still sitting at full HP. Wait, the pyre's still at full HP. What the hell is happening in this fight? Something has gone terribly wrong here. I can't put my finger on exactly what, but the numbers don't add up. The math is all wonky. It's like reality has started to break down before our very eyes. Carry on.
At the 6th stream, the first one to die was Mike.
Were they already low going into the fight? Was that it? And he killed them in the first round before they could do anything? That might have been it. No, because the A-bomb was the one in the package, and somebody else went in first. Which means they had to have broken a pyre. They broke a pyre.
Is the first
or knocked somebody out. Okay, yeah, they focused too much on freeing people from the pyre. That's what it was.
Still though, rest in peace to BF Mike PP. Also, I'm already 11 minutes into the video and we still have a lot more weeks left. Luckily from here, it's mostly farming for Resolve XP to prepare for the Darkest Dungeon, which means more editing for future Zako.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
I don't know if I needed to see or hear that. Now that's just a good... Like, that was a classic meme. The fish meme. That one's from back when I was new to the internet. In the ancient days. I see that Jute tapestry. That's the real treasure here. It's not the friends we made along the way. They're all dead. We've left a littering of their corpses as we've marched through. The real treasure we made along the way was all the Jute tapestries we found.
Crucify this woman.
Yeah, yeah. Long pause that one. Stream stops
And
suddenly.
suddenly, in the other room, boof, the hair dryer exploded.
I'm gonna talk to the power.
I can't pay electric bill.
Fnatic is fun though. He's fine. It's one of those things where if you don't have a party designed around fighting him, you're fucked. If you do, he dies like a bitch. I actually don't think he's a particularly well-designed boss because of that fact. Kind of like the cannon. If you got a team designed for it, it's nothing. If you don't, it's miserable.
I need Nemui. I need Nemui. Nemui, your turn? When is it gonna come? Why does he do turn?
Beautiful. Now that's a death to be proud of. Shieldbreaker's doing what they do best, dying out of nowhere.
Rest in peace, Zurich-Kenner. As we come closer to beating the Baron to clear everyone's Crimson Curse, we are also getting closer to the later parts of the game, which means the amount of deaths will start increasing.
It's usually the opposite. Once you get later into the game, your party's fucking set. They're trucking. You got items, you got levels, you got upgrades. You know what's going on now. You steamroll champion. Apprentice is honestly the hardest part of the game because you got no items, you got no upgrades, you don't know what the hell's going on.
This is the enemy. No, no, no! Well,
Skeevers are a little
first
spooky,
fight
though.
of the champion dungeon. Galaras, protect.
Nervous being
protect.
Shieldbreaker.
I marked Galaras.
You should be.
Rest in peace, respawner. Rest in peace.
That's a problem DD
Galaras.
has always had. Most of the time, though, it's not so bad, just forcing you to have one character, not a whole team. And even that, for most of the bosses, yeah, there's an optimal strategy for dealing with them. But even in those cases, usually enough, you can eke through with anybody. Like, most of them are fine. Like, the optimal strat for what's his Porker is a marking group, just so you can kill him as quickly as possible and then burn through Wilbur. You basically turn it into a DPS race at that point. But you just turn it into a DPS race, it's fine. Couple of crits. You got maybe a man-at-arm to guard, so it's not a big deal. You got whoever for the big healing, if you want to do that. If you're going for the full marking, half the time I don't even go for a marking party. I just take big hitters. And then a Vestal. The Vestal can AoE heal, so you don't have people, you know, keep them off death's door, a group of them. That's the real big threat, is when you have more than one person on death's door in that fight. So Vestal's AoE healing takes care of that. And honestly, after the COM changes, the Vestal pops massive fucking heals anyway. Who needs an occultist anymore? You got Giga Vestal now. Just slap Junia's head on her, and you know she puts the occultist to shame. So, even when there's a clear and optimal strategy, like, you could do fine without it. It's not a big deal. But the Cannon and the Fnatic are just dumb in the way they're designed. They were not good designs by any stretch of the imagination. Which is what pissed me off when they tweaked the cannon fights, so you can't just double Shieldbreaker and instantly end it. No, now you gotta sit there through the miserable slog, even with characters designed to beat the fight. Like, before, you just take double Shieldbreaker fights over in 2 rounds, go home. It's not an interesting or fun fight anyway. It's a boring slog. The sooner it's over, the better. Take 2 shield breakers, end it 2 rounds, good to go. They nerfed that. They made it so the defense is no longer prot, it's now just flat damage reduction tied to a buff. So there's no way to bypass it. Well, they left some of it as prot. They kind of split the difference. And that made the game worse. Like, that did nothing to make the game better. Because the fight wasn't interesting in the first place, and now I have to sit through it. So now we're just miserable and bored. That's a fight that didn't need to be more challenging, because there's no way to make that fight more challenging in a way that's satisfying. Just let people have the free win if they know what's up. You get the, haha, you just got cannoned the first time somebody goes in. You know, just let it be a first fight gimmick. First time you deal with it, it's a problem, and then you learn from your mistakes, you take double shield breaker and win every time. I think that's fine. It's fine to have bosses like that in a game like this. They don't all have to be barn burners like the Fanatic, or the Thing from the Stars, or the Shambler, or... a hag. I don't know. I think those 2 bosses in particular, though, the Fanatic and the Cannon, they're the real problems. That's where difficulty for the sake of difficulty bites Red Hook in the ass. Am I useless to you? No! I'm useless to you.
Resistance.
No, ignoring the question. Wait, was there a question? Oh, I was busy talking and thinking. Hey, what question? Oh, Hefzark, you've done great work as an occultist. Absolutely delightful. You're probably more useful in Black Reliquary. Occultists are more useful in Black Reliquary just because the damage got amped up in that mod so much. And the big heals can definitely help get your ass off the line. You were watching a GD2 stream at some point, and it seemed like they had a team-forcing boss. The big issue in that game is that if one boss forces a team, you have to fight... you have that force team through the entire game. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about Darkest Dungeon 2 yet, so I can't say. Well, I guess we'll find out when we get there. In a couple of months. Alright. Hey, it's Shrieks! Shrieks McBeaks!
I did get them!
What the dog do?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Tactical retreat. Yep, that sounds about right. Good old Baron. See, Baron's another example of where there's a clear optimal strat, and it looks like they're kind of running it. They got the 2 reposters. There's a kind of optimal strat against the boss, but any number of comps can actually deal with him just fine. Some can deal with him better than others. And there's another, I guess there's another example of Red Hook changing something just because they didn't like how easy it made something. It's fine letting your players come up with a strat that trivializes something that's otherwise very difficult. That's half the point of the game, figuring things out. Figuring out how to make things easier. Dealing with a problem. Admittedly, metagaming kind of ruins that a little bit, because it's not actually you coming up with the idea of how to beat this, it's you going on the internet, searching for how beat easy a Countess, and then finding somebody else who figured it out, but somebody at some point had to figure it out. That's fine. You know, So they made it so you can't riposte the Countess's AoE attacks anymore. They don't tell you that's a thing, and this is the only point in the game where it's actually mechanically true, and they give you no warning, no explanation. For the longest time, I thought it was a bug, until it never got fixed patches later, and realized this was an intentional change. A terrible, terrible intentional change. Absolutely awful intentional change. Who cares if riposte can trivialize the fight? It doesn't even 100% trivialize it. She can still kill somebody in that fight, even with double riposte. Like, it 100% depends. But they didn't have a significant issue with the Baron being ripostable. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure there's something in his AI where he uses his AoE attack less often if the enemy team has riposte up. Just something I've noticed. I don't know if that's true or not, but good God, it feels like it. You hate that Among Us meme? It's fucking everywhere. Me too. Like, Among Us is a fine game. I played a little bit. It was kind of fun. I sucked at it. Nobody wants to play with me anymore because I'm chaos incarnate. But the memes got old real fast because they're not particularly funny and they're everywhere. Like, that's just... It says Among Us, that's the title of the game, so they played the game's music. That's not a meme. That's not even a meme. That's barely a reference. But it's everywhere. Every time Among Us pops up, you can expect to hear it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's just modern humor. That's an issue on its own. Making a design change seems like a bug. Making a design change that seems like a bug. It's pretty sus, Joe. Sus is the other one, yeah. Hey, you want to see a good meme? Here, hold on. Let me show you a good meme. This is a quality meme. Let me pull it up. Here. You want quality memes? I got quality memes right here. Here it is. The Asus 4090 Tough Turbo Max Air Fryer. Now this is a meme. Look at the actual effort and creativity went into this meme. Now this is a quality meme. I swear if it's the... I considered pulling the bucket up too. I figured I wouldn't though. Although that bucket is also a good quality meme too. But anyway... The file your taxes for real dating game? No, I haven't, but I'm sure that's wonderful too. This is what a meme should look like. Effort, quality, and creativity and humor went into this. This is a good meme. This is a thinking man's meme here. That's what this is. Oh, beautiful. Anyway. Enough of that, I guess. How does this end? I want to see. Get me to the finale, baby. Alright, we're going back to full speed. Bring this to its inevitable conclusion. Oh god, it feels like I just went hyper mode. He got him! Finally! It took, what, 3 tries? Nice! He's dead! Now you've unleashed hell.
Week 62, we beat Fishmeat. Week 63, we ass blast the Pope. Week 64, we crumble the Bony Boy. Week 65, we make pigman sausages. Week 66, we enter the final area of the game, the first darkest dungeon. God, I want to fight the darkest dungeon this stream. I've never went in
DaxHeaven3000.com. Oh god.
I lost Lady Panda. He died. He died. Yeah, but heart attack, death.
That's tough. Not even at the boss yet.
Gave their life to ensure the others will escape from the darkest dungeon. Yeah, I have no choice.
You do have a choice. Go
Jackie
down with
died.
the ship.
After losing 3 people, we spend the next weeks farming back up, and then we attempt the darkest dungeon round 2. The mystery at last. What?
Another example of focusing too much on the side mechanic and not enough on the boss. How many of these dudes did you kill? Well, ignoring the boss completely. That's tough. What's up, buddy? How you doing there? You good? You okay? You got a bomb? I see that. What you can do with that thing, huh? What you could do? You could throw it. Sup, Waluigi? Wah? Okay, carry on.
He died. Evoke died. You survived? Ah.
Survival is a tenuous
Jord! You're gonna wreck them! I believe in you! Kenner has died again, Evokechica has died, and our first Vesto, Jumanabaki, has died. I was spoiled that the last boss is guaranteed to kill 2 people, so if we fail the next darkest dungeon, it's game over for the Twitch chat estate. And based on the remaining time of this video, I think we all know where this is going.
You one-shot everything from here on out?
I didn't
Easy.
buy torches!
Oh, that's tough. Oh no, I did this without torches. It's doable. Get in there. Show them who's boss. Fuck them up.
Jackie's dead.
Did they learn their
Jackie-
lesson this time? Well, they learned a little more this time. At least they attacked the boss. That's good. It's good. Halfway. It's not bad.
Jackie, I'm sorry, you die of a heart attack. And Nimui's dead.
Ah, the cascading chain failure.
Please
Hey,
survive.
that's
Please
not too bad. Ah,
14
jeez.
streams, and we finally have to end the series. Real men don't. Oh no. We died like men.
Well,
For
it
the rest of the
happens.
weeks, I just fool around and beat.
Sometimes
the
it
big
happens a lot.
and I attempt to kill the stupid bird and die to the stupid bird. The game over screen is presented and our 14 streams of the Twitch chat estate has come to an end. So why did I make this video? Purely to torture myself. My view on Darkest Dungeon, an absolutely great game that brings the inner tactical gamer in every person or their most toxic side. I fully recommend. This review is absolutely totally not biased because it's not my favorite single player game. Yes, I do play Darkest Dungeon. How could you tell?
What Darkest Dungeon players think they look like. What Darkest Dungeon players actually look like. Well, that was definitely a video. There was a video in there, for sure, 100%. Can't tell the difference, Cheryl. Those 2 pictures look the same. Okay. Alright. Oh, God. Solid. How long did that take? Actually, we got through that video in like a little over 30 minutes. Not bad, considering it was a 19-minute video. Hey, look at that. That's reasonable. That's a reasonable time frame. Hold on, let me take a look at, let's see here. Hold on. What did Comrade put up here? It's, Tax Heaven 3000. Holy fuck, that's red. Okay. I see a body pillow already. Good, good. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't really necessarily understand the point of body pillows. I guess it's nice to have something to hug while you sleep. Is that the idea? I don't know. Anyway, my basic ass just sleeps with a fucking regular pillow. It's normal size. Honestly, it's probably too small. I went the opposite direction. There's got to be a middle happy ground somewhere. Red flags all around, yeah. Not screen sharing. Well, I was a little concerned when I heard it was a dating sim. I don't have 20,000 viewers. If I accidentally show a nip on screen, they're gonna nuke me from orbit, and that's it. I'm done. Alright, I'll let you guys look at it quick. It doesn't seem to be anything particularly inappropriate. I'm not clicking off this screen, though. This is the only screen I've seen and verified is safe. But it's just a tax filing website. It sure is. Do your federal taxes while romancing your waifu. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this where we're really at as a society? Is this it? Is this the culmination? We're here? Reported kappa. That is very bright. It is very bright. To be fair, if it helps more people file their taxes properly, the sad part is we need something like this to make that happen. It's not that hard to file your taxes. And there's so many websites specially designed to help you through the process. Like, you don't even have to pay. For private personal taxes, most of them are free. Now, if you're a business owner, it gets a little more complicated, and you usually have to pay a nominal fee. For example, when I do my taxes, I usually have to pay about $60 because of the stream and everything. Self-employment and all that. So, you know, but for people just filing their work taxes and everything, their income taxes and all that jazz, like, it's not that hard. This is a smart idea, though. Like, this is smart. Like, they're making, do they sell this? Shop now. Oh yeah, they're making money. This is a good business idea. X-rated patch. Oh. Of course. I knew there had to be. There's a reason I didn't click on any other button on this screen. It was somewhere. You can thank TurboTax for lobbying to make it more confusing. Is it more confusing? I don't know. I don't use TurboTax. TurboTax might make it more confusing. I use, what's this company? Tax something. Hold on. I actually got an email from them like, hey, we're in the final tax month. And I'm like, you ready to give me my discount yet? I'm waiting for the discount, buddy. I'll file when you get. Free Tax USA is who I use. Super fucking easy. There ain't nothing confusing about it. They walk you through the whole damn thing. And if you go with them year after year, it's even easier because half the information's already done. I'm kind of curious if their dirty talk is about taxes too. That's my dirty talk. Have you seen that 401k, baby? Have you seen that 401k? Oh. Look at this refund. Look at it. $3,000. It's huge. It's like this big. Tax merch for Tax 2. I don't know if Tax 2's into this particular type of tax merch. Wait, no, they should have gone with the meme. The body pillow shouldn't be the weird generic anime girl. It should just be a W-2 form. Or something. Or like 1099. Make it a 1099 misc. Get those self-employed people. This is probably directed at streamers, because most streamers are dumb. Probably don't know. Self-employment tax is a little more confusing than personal tax, so that's probably what this is for, streamers and YouTubers who don't know what the fuck they're doing with their taxes. But just a body pillow of like a 1099 MISC. M-I-S-C. Slap that on it. Hug that. I mean, I guess technically there is some kind of... I can't read the number on that. Anyway. Yeah. Now kind of curious if they're... Oh, curiosity killed the cat. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to find out. Probably not. I don't think I would pay for something like this. But anyway, it exists. There you go, chat. Do your taxes. I'll be doing mine as soon as Free USA sends me. Did they send one yet? Free Tax USA. Deadline is coming up. Okay, where's my discount? Give me my last minute discount, and then I'll do them. Well, I'll play chicken. I don't care. I can do my taxes in about an hour. I'll do it last day if I have to. Give me my discount. Anyway, the game you think is free. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, it's free. It's the merch. That's where they get you. Yeah. Not sure tax fraud chicken is the best idea. It's fine. Like I said, I can get them done in an hour. It takes me roughly an hour to an hour and a half every year. I'll take this fight. This is a battle I will win. Okay. More time to buy a $6 plastic syringe than buy it does. That's a fair point. Well, okay, so I guess that's not technically true. So, chat, what happens is I do my taxes all throughout the year. I track all my incoming, I track all my outgoing, I have everything, all the percentages figured out. I know what the percentages are going to be for the year because the IRS is kind enough to tell you before tax, So, all of my taxes, I just do them incrementally throughout the year. I put all that tax money where it needs to go, send it when it needs to be sent. I got a special savings account specifically for it, which I do pay taxes on that savings account as well, by the way. The one for my taxes. I have all this shit down to a system, super easy. When time comes, all I have to do is plug in the damn numbers, verify the information, and make sure it sends properly. The longest part of the whole process is actually putting my payment information in. Why? Because I'm a miser and I'm not an idiot. Well, I am an idiot, but I'm not that kind of idiot. I'm a different kind of idiot. And there's so many free programs nowadays that you can use to actually track your taxes and keep all the relevant information tracked and up to date throughout the year that there's really no excuse not to. It's easy. It takes moments of your time. And then when tax time comes, you save yourself the headache and the time. Easy. The longest part of me doing my taxes is waiting for all, like, YouTube and PayPal and my bank and Twitch to send me my 1099s and whatnot. That's the longest part of filing taxes for me, is I gotta wait for all them to send me the information I need in order to, file everything. You get a few pages of papers from employers, and when filing the taxes, basically I have to put in the... Yeah, exactly. I have to track a little more than that, because I actually have, like, business expenses, incoming and outgoing, and shit like that. So I got a little more to track as a small business, but it's not difficult to do. It's not hard at all. And if you do it progressively throughout the year and you just track everything, like, it's even easier. The company is called Free Tax, and it still charges you money? Well, it's free for anyone who just does their regular taxes. Like, if I were to go there and just do... Like, if I worked a normal 9-to-5 job, I went there to do my normal 9-to-5 taxes, it's free. The only reason it costs me money is because I'm self-employed and I have to go through self-employed and itemized taxes and all that, which is a little more involved. That costs money. I think it costs me... I think their baseline with my usual latecomers discount, I think it's about $40 to go through the process of filing the taxes, and then I can pay an extra... I think it's like $15 to have my taxes, the reports and everything, all the papers kind of collated and sent to me in a nice little binder thing, which I do. I pay for that just so I have them all nice, neat, and in my fireproof safe. That way if I get audited, for whatever reason, the IRS has pretty much no reason to audit me. My taxes are usually pretty clean, and I don't claim any, like, red flag, you know... Like, despite being self-employed and having an office in my own house, I don't take the home office, you know. So I don't take anything that's a red flag. I ain't looking to get audited. That's a pain in the ass I don't want. So I keep everything by the book, nice and clean, and I don't take anything that's generally deemed questionable or what's the word I'm looking for called? Subjective. I don't take any subjective cuts. But on the off chance they do decide to audit me, I've got everything collated in binders, year by year, ready to go. Pull them out, hand them over, sup, here it is. Oh, here's my my financials for the last couple of years. Like, this should cover everything. Take a look. You're free to peruse. Have at it. Can I go home now? Why do they have a latecomers discount? If anything, they should charge more, because at that point, they're all fighting to get the last bit of business for the season. Like, this is their season to make money. And they want to be real enticing to the irresponsible people who are waiting until the last minute. So, they're all fighting to try and get that last bit of business. So I'll have to pay a self-employed small business. That should be encouraged and free. Well, you know, maybe someday. But right now, I mean, it's a small fee. Like, if you're running a business and the small fee, to be fair, technically, you don't even need to use these companies. You can file directly through and with the government. You don't have to use a third party. Third parties just make it easier. So technically, I could just pay nothing and go do it all myself, print out the appropriate shit, fill it all in directly with the government themselves. Like, you know, I just prefer the safety net of doing it through a third party because they have kind of restrictions and guidances, and they kind of keep things on the rail and make sure everything's done properly, which is what you're paying or not paying for depending on your tax situation. Tax accountants and lawyers don't make much money for about 7 months out of the year. Yeah. But what if you want your taxes off the rails? Well, I'm sure there's an auditor that's more than happy to talk to you. You want the most unhinged taxes the IRS has ever seen. Well, good luck competing with Bezos and Musk and Gates and all the rich people. Theirs are pretty probably unhinged. Good luck. Have fun. Joe has become a tax EDU streamer now. No, fuck no. Don't take any financial advice from me whatsoever. Just be smart. That's all I'm saying. I am not an expert. My advice and opinion should not be taken as expert opinion. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about 90% of the time. I'm just saying. Do your taxes. It's pretty good advice. I'm gonna tell the IRS I made $3 million in ill-gotten gains this year. Oh, you're gonna have a good time, aren't you? You're gonna have so much fun. Say hi to Bubba when you see him. Our tax calculations changed like halfway through last year, so that was highly unhinged. Eeeh. That's tough, yeah. Law was stating it can't be changed mid-season. Have we ever had a mid-season change? I don't know if we've ever had a mid-season change. If we did, I wasn't aware and didn't abide by it. But considering I haven't been audited yet, I'm pretty sure I'm good. So, it's probably fine. I don't, you know, I'm auditing you. Good luck catching me, sucker. I got an escape hatch built in. It's called my window. I just... right through it. Shit, I gave out my escape plan. Now they're gonna be watching the window. Alright, it's fine. I'll find another window. Should have used tax having 3,000. You think it's hilarious that the penalties for stuff like racketeering, drug smuggling, arms dealing, etc. are less than those for tax evasion? Well, there's probably a reason for that. And it's probably the fact that... So, the government operates largely off of both tax money and imaginary money they made up. Hello, debt ceiling. How you doing these days? So when the tax money kind of starts, like everyone's running away with their earnings, and the government ain't getting its cut, that could be a little rough on the budget. You know, it's tough to make ends meet at that point. So, you know, that's why potholes don't get filled. You gotta fill them yourself. That and skimming off the top and general government corruption. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I ain't saying nothing about anyone in particular, because I'm not looking to be what they used to fill a pothole. So. But yeah, it's a little weird. Honestly, I feel like they could probably, bump up the penalties for the other things. I feel like that would be reasonable. Alright, let's see. What's hey, you know what? We're talking about money and business. Let's watch this one now. It's only 10 minutes. I'm sure it'll be enlightening, and I'll have plenty to say about it, because probably, maybe, I don't know. Alright. Let's do the follow-up. This is basically, essentially, video format of Kurskis Zunteit's response to the Hated Ones video a couple months back. This is essentially them trying to clear the air. We'll see. We'll see how convincing it is. How clean the air looks afterwards. See how many particles we can find. The Kurgle Spat video. Yeah. That's the one. Kurgle Spat. Alright, let's take a look.
In 2023, Kurzgesagt has existed for 10 years. Insanely long in internet years. We're among the largest sciencey channels on
Rookie
YouTube,
number, so.
and still a bit of a black box to people. So let's talk about ourselves a bit in 3 parts. Our backstory, how we finance our work, and the values of Kurzgesagt. Let's jump back to a more innocent time. From humble beginnings to today.
They're really good at narrating with the animations, because, like, this sells the idea of the innocent times. It conveys a visual representation of innocence and makes you subconsciously more inclined to be like, oh, hey, this is innocent. Good visual storytelling. That's neither here nor there. I don't fucking know. We'll see what their point is, but that's just good storytelling right there. Visual narration.
Kurzgesagt's foundation was laid when Philip, our founder, dropped out of high school as a teenager. Learning seemed daft and useless, and he wasn't interested in anything. Until a very special teacher at a school for dropouts grabbed him by the neck.
Wait, literally, but, like, by the neck? Aggressive teaching.
She taught was different. She talked about connections and the big picture. She told a story. For the first time ever, Philip wanted to learn more without being forced. It was a key life experience. Kurzgesagt tries to recreate this experience.
So that's, as somebody who's been in a similar boat, like, it's very, very easy to understate the value of a good teacher that actually gives a damn about their job and about the success of their students. I've had teachers in both categories. The teachers who were bad made me drop out. The teachers who were good kept me going until I dropped out. Until the bad teachers overwhelmed the good teachers. I am also a high school dropout. I did end up going back and getting a worker's diploma through a 1.5-year course thing. So I do technically have a high school diploma now through crash coursing. But my first time through originally, I dropped out because I had a series of really shitty teachers who did not care who did or did not succeed. They just wanted to force the information down your throat. It was awful. But as a counterpoint, I did have a few really good teachers that did help keep me clinging on for a while longer anyway. I had an algebra teacher that refused to let me fail. Like, I was on the phone with him constantly working through shit. And he was always ready to pick up and help me out. Anything I needed. Gave him a ring, we worked through it on the phone. Excellent teacher. Fantastic teacher. He refused to let any of his students fail without giving them as much effort as possible on his own part. I also had a teacher early on. That was high school. Early on, I had a couple of really good teachers as well. Miss Cook, my kindergarten teacher. But she was a really good kindergarten teacher. Like, compared to the rest, she went out of her way. And, you know, I've had some other pretty good ones along the way as well. Like, I had a science teacher who, much like my, this is back in high school, who, much like my algebra teacher, refused, like, even when my situation became difficult and I was months overdue on finishing the course, she was still like, hey, you know what? I know your life situation's kind of weird. It's a little difficult. You've had some health problems recently. I'm just going to keep you active in this course until you're done with it. You finish it in your time. You keep working on it. As long as you keep working on it, I'll keep it open. If you need anything, give me a call, let me know. We'll work through it. So, 4 months after I was supposed to finish that class, after everyone else finished it, I finally got it done. Instead of being kicked out of the class like that geometry teacher I had 3 fucking times, who was zero tolerance, no excuses, and didn't give a damn. Very angry lady. That one worked with me. She wanted to see me succeed. She wanted to make sure I got through the curriculum. She wanted to help me pass the test. To be fair, I was actually doing well in the course. Like, there was no issues with me passing. I didn't even really have to talk to the lady much. Science, I got through it. That was my Earth Space Sciences course, or whatever. You know, anyway, I've had good ones, but the bad ones, God, they ruin everything. That's a long tangent for an irrelevant part of the video, but just, I can relate. I feel you, bro. Teacher was a real bro. Yeah. You got grabbed by the neck by teachers. Yeah, that too. That was my geometry teacher. I didn't like that one. Your geo teacher sounds like your capstone advisor teacher. Yeah. Although, I was annoyed by the teachers who kept piling extra work on you for when you've done with all that was required, and then some. The problem with schools is that they treat all kids like they learn the same and are on the same intellectual level. The good teachers are the ones that realize the kids are different and try to adjust their teachings to the individual. True. And they actually give a damn. Like, they're invested and passionate about their work. Even if the world has not given them a particularly good reason to be that way, they're still that way. And that's good. You had a teacher who on the first day said that the only time he'll have a problem with you is if you fail silently without asking for help. That's fair. Like, you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. So.
Experience for you. Nothing is boring if you tell a good story, and we try to tell these
soulless corporate art.
Excitement.
Is this soulless corporate art? I kind of like it. I think it's got style. It's got pizzazz. Now, whatever you think about Gesundheit beyond the art, I actually thought the art was always kind of endearing.
And make you want to go on and learn more. Because of the one teacher that could do this, Philip got a high school degree, studied history and design, and eventually started Kurzgesagt as a passion project inspired by Crash Course World History. In 2012, YouTube was less commercial and more idealistic. You couldn't make a living with videos as involved as ours, and that was fine. The goal was creative freedom, and so for the first few years, it actually cost money to make Kurzgesagt. We had no outside funding, just intrinsic motivation and a few friends from university. We worked for clients during the day and on Kurzgesagt at night, 80 to 100 hours a week. It was a real struggle, but also very rewarding. But then Patreon launched,
All hearts in the
sponsorship
eyes.
started, our views increased, YouTube changed. In 2015, the channel began to break even and then to earn a profit. But we were pretty burned out at this point, so we decided to bring in more friends and hire the first team members full-time, creating a legal entity. More people meant that we could stop overworking, do more, and improve. But we also needed to earn more. The livelihood of real humans depended upon it.
Okay.
None of us had any experience.
There's some editorializing going on. You know, that was a sympathy line there. Real lives depended on making more money, which is true technically, but it was definitely presented in a very editorialized, woe is us manner. Really tugging at the heartstrings, but carry on. So far, technically, nothing here is incorrect that I've heard, or wrong, or, you know, but still, yeah, some good editorializing in there, you know? Yeah.
In running a company. We didn't plan to become big or to grow, it sort of just happened. A decade later, Kurzgesagt is not a small project anymore. We are an animation studio with offices in Munich and Berlin. We need computers,
Can't see what they mean to share
monitors,
some features with the corporate
desks,
sound, but
coffee,
you say it's distinctive
contracts,
enough.
pay licenses, taxes, rent, and insurance. In 2023, our team consists of over 60 employees and a lot of freelancers around the world. Salaries alone cost millions of dollars a year just to stay around. This creates an interesting problem. With such high production costs, how can we publish our work for free? How we finance Kurzgesagt. We've added up our earnings from 2015 through 2022.
If I'm not mistaken, they
Our
actually
sources
make
of
quite a
funding
bit off of
changed depending on
merchandising these
opportunities
days.
and the state of the world.
Some
Early
quality
on,
merchandise
agency
too,
work was
so
our
I'm
main
not
source of
surprised.
income. Ad revenue varies. In some years, we got more sponsorships than in others. The shop didn't exist for a long time, then it became pretty big after we launched our calendar.
Yeah.
62% of our revenue comes indirectly or directly from you. You watch our videos with ads, support us on Patreon, or buy from our shop. The single
chunk.
biggest source of income by far is our shop.
Yeah, okay,
that
that's what I
alone
thought,
accounted
yeah.
for 40% over the last 8 years.
Honestly,
The sh-
I've been tempted to pick up one of their calendars before, and I don't spend money on jack shit. It's really good quality looking stuff. I don't know if it's actually good quality. I've never had it in my hands to verify, but it looks good quality and it's interesting merch, and I've considered picking some up before. I never did, because at the end of the day, my miser side went out, and I didn't want to open my wallet. It's got a chastity belt on it, my wallet. You know, I don't open that thing for nothing. Usually. But anyway, I can see why, I can see their shop, like, if they could tempt me, imagine all the other people with way looser wallets that are all in on this. I can see that, yeah, sure.
shop started small, but once we published our calendar for the first time in 2016, we realized it
They've
could
always
really
sold
help
out
us
before you
do
go
more
in, yeah,
things,
okay, I'm not
and we started
surprised, yeah.
producing more and more science products, from our posters to our gratitude journal or universe scented candles. YouTube.
That's the real crime here. They're selling candles. And I bet that candle probably costs a solid 25 to 30 bucks, too. You know how much that candle costs to make? Less than a fucking quarter, I guarantee it. Candles are super cheap to make. And very expensive to buy. Candle. No, I'm not going to do the full candle rant. I've done that like 2 times in the last year. You get the mini rant. That's the real crime here. That's what they're guilty of, is selling candles. Bastards. You saw a video a few years ago where LTT was talking about their finances, and they said by far their biggest moneymaker was their merch shop. They don't even call it a merch shop anymore because it's not merch. They actually design products now. So they just call it their store. Their products. Which is fair. You know, once you get to the point where you're actually essentially engineering your own products, it's no longer merchandise because you're not relying on somebody else to produce the blanks. You're just filling in the blank. Then it's merch. I sell merch. LTT sells products now. Yankee candle prices are pretty criminal, not gonna lie. Oh, yeah. Well, they get away with it because it's a luxury market. Candles are a luxury item. That's their excuse. And a lot of people are fine with that and spend an insane amount of money on candles. Mostly because it's a luxury good and they want to feel luxurious. Interestingly enough, I would wager lower income households are probably some of the largest buyers of candles. Certainly in bulk. Like the bulk value of it. Anyway. What do poor people want? They want what they can't have. They want luxury. So if you market something as luxurious and it seems like the price tag isn't insane, like only $30 for a luxury product? Hell yeah! Give me a sample of that. Give me a taste of the big life. It's good marketing. Always get a pack of nice smelling tea lights for like $2 for 24 though. I mean, you can get, well, $2 for 24. I don't know if I'm not sure I could find even tea lights at $2 for 24. I bought tea lights not too long ago, last year. I got 24 of them. It was about $1 a tea candle, I think is what it came out to. It was like 25 or 30 bucks or something like that. Now they were a little larger, like they were the like inch tall tea lights instead of the little quarter inchers, but still. Anyway, what are you going to do to make your own candles? Sure you can, but especially starting out, I bet it's not cheap, and you can't get the sheer variety the big Actually, it is surprisingly cheap to make your own candles, and it is not a difficult process either. Like, the ingredients used in candles, even just to go out and buy, for me to go out and buy, not even just buying them in massive bulk, are super cheap. There is nothing expensive that goes into candle making. Nothing. It is all very affordable. Abby makes makeup. I don't know if you guys know this, but she does lipstick. A lot of very similar ingredients go into lipstick making as candle making. I already have half the shit I need to make candles. The only thing I would need to get is the actual, paraffin wax. And paraffin wax is very, very cheap. You can buy 10 pounds of it for not a whole lot of money. No problem. Like, you can make your own candles extremely cheap, and it is a fairly straightforward and easy process. Big Joe candles. Candles are the hill I'm going to die on, chat. Because it's insane and I hate it. I will die on this hill.
Ads accounted for 13% and Patreon 9%. So without your support...
I'm actually surprised how low Patreon is, honestly. I'm actually surprised, considering ad blockers exist, I'm surprised YouTube is legitimately 13% and Patreon's only 9%. Now, the downside to Patreon is it's a secondary site, so people just watching your videos on YouTube are less inclined to go to it because it's elsewhere. So I guess if you have memberships enabled on YouTube, that's kind of the same thing as a Patreon, maybe a little less flexible. So I wonder if this percentage would be lower if memberships weren't... Do they even have memberships enabled? Let me take a look. I'm sure they do. Do they? No, wait, maybe they don't. Isn't there usually just a button right down here? Oh, wait, they don't. Interesting. So that's like pure ad revenue, and that's just pure ad revenue. Bigger than their Patreon? Huh. Maybe you have to be subscribed to see the member button. Is that it? Let me refresh the page real quick. What are we at? Minute 4? It's not there. They don't have memberships on. Okay. Well, fair enough then. I take it back. That's just pure ad revenue.
In
Wild.
2023, Kurzgesagt has existed for 10 years.
4.
Most important, our shop and Patreon support, we would cease to exist. Our shop and Patreon are our most important sources.
This checks out. The YouTube is basically marketing for their shop.
Ourselves as science communicators, we don't just do merch, but sciencey products that we spend hundreds of hours researching, discussing with experts, polishing up, and working on directly with them.
Hundreds of hours. Like, it's easy to be like, yeah, right, bro, hundreds of hours. Then I think back, how many hours did I put into the 2 shitty little products I made? This mug? Just putting this mug together was 40 man hours, I think it was. Roughly 40 man hours, just for me to make this mug. The Cthulhu shirt and hoodie, I had to bring in an outside... I had to bring somebody in from the outside to do the art for that one. So that one technically took a little longer, but my direct involvement with it was a bit less. But that one still probably took 15 to 20 hours. So, yeah, no, hundreds, especially if it's information you gotta verify, look up, figure out how to present. Yeah, seems reasonable.
Manufacturers. They are part of the science
probably
story we
true.
try to tell. It also just feels good to get directly funded by you guys and give you something back for it on top of our videos.
So that's a big point about merch and stuff like that. They honestly, I don't even think classify theirs as merch anymore. I'd say it's probably products at this point, but hundreds of hours, so like 2 weeks of work. Got it. Yeah, I mean, hundreds of hours, depending on how many people they have working on it. And even so, like 2 weeks per product, if you're pumping out a lot of product, like that's a meaningful amount of time. That's not an insignificant amount of time, especially if you're paying people on the clock for doing it. So that's not an unreasonable statement. There's nothing incorrect there. I wouldn't even say it's particularly sensationalized the way they presented it. It seems fine. As somebody who's gone through that process, I get it. As somebody who hasn't gone through the process, I could see why it would be a bit more unscrupulous. Or why you would think it's more unscrupulous or pointless or bullshit. I could see it. Before I had gone through the process, I might have thought the same thing, but having been on both sides of this now, where I've made my own fucking merch, I get it. I understand. Fortunately, I only had to pay myself, which I didn't, because I'm a terrible boss. I worked for free and I did overtime, because I'm an idiot. My boss is an asshole. If you have 5 people working on it together, you can probably multiply the hours they do it together by 5. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, also true. So you can definitely inflate the man-hours number a little bit if you wanted to. But at the same time, that was 5 people who were also being paid for those collective hours, so it works out more or less the same either way. Yeah. But anyway, to more to the point of this and why I paused is... He said something. We can give something back. That's the value of merch. Merch is a value proposition over just raw support. You're never going to get as much value as the person, like me, from selling the merch as you are just from direct support like tips and whatnot. Because at the end of the day, the value I get back is I get 30%. Anytime you buy merch from my shop, I end up getting about roughly 30% of it. So less than a full third. To be fair, most of the cost of it is actually in the manufacturing and, in this case, the printing. So, like, it's just the cost of making the product is where a lot of it goes. My margin of profit is roughly about 30%, is where I put it. But the upside is there's a value proposition in that you're getting something of value, perceived or otherwise, in return. So it can make it a more attractive support option for a lot of people, which is why it oftentimes works out, because a lot of people are more comfortable spending the money to support something if they're getting something in return, something tangible. I think you deserve a raise, Joe. Me too. At least you get 30% of the purchase. Yeah. I get I have no issue with people buying the merch. That's why it's an option. I'm more than happy. I'm happy you guys are getting something of value out of it when you buy it. And to be fair, that's not much worse of a cut than Twitch takes out of everything. So hey, at least you get something nice out of it, you know? But yeah, that's just a little insight into merch, I guess.
YouTube ads are a crucial part of our funding as well.
13%
but they are not
apparently.
within our control.
Yeah.
Then there's paid agency work, which we stopped doing in 2022. It accounted for 9%.
Maybe that's why it feels like corporate art, because they were doing all the art for corporations. So it's not technically corporate art. The corporates just liked the art and decided to use it, and now it's corporate art. Okay. So they don't do that anymore. Fair enough.
Over the last 8 years.
So they stopped in
A lot
2015.
the beginning,
Yeah.
not much by the end. Then there are commercial sponsors advertising
If it's a decent amount of fluids.
They accounted for 12% of our revenue. We also
Sponsors are 12%. Okay, yeah. I mean, that checks out. They've actually done like a write-up and published numbers on most of this too. Like actual, not just percentages, but like actual values behind those percentages as well. So I already largely know all of these numbers going into this video, because I read their rebuttal originally like a month and a half ago when all this shit first happened. But I figured maybe they had something new, or at the very least we can talk about it, because I didn't do a video on any of that, so.
got about 7% from German public broadcasting for the
Funkalicious, baby!
German channel, but ended this partnership in 2022. Finally, there are institutional sponsors representing about 10%. Some people take issue with this, especially Bill Gates.
This is like the Bill
scrutiny,
Gates
and we've been
Foundation and all
criticised
that.
for even working with organizations funded by him.
To be fair, if it's only 10%, I mean, I guess like 10%'s a big number. Like, it doesn't seem that big compared to everything else. But when you're trying to stay afloat as a business and you're a corporation and people's jobs are on the line, 10%, like, Bobby Kotick at Activision would probably murder somebody over 10%. Like, legitimately, he would kill somebody if it meant 10%. So it doesn't seem like a lot when it's like, oh, that's 10% of 100%. There's still 90% left. Until you realize how much of that 90% is being chewed up through business expenses. How big of raw profit is that 10% of actual, like, net income? That's the bigger question. And I hope they actually talk about that. Like, they've mentioned it costs millions. I think in the write-up they said it was like something like over $2 million a year just to run the company. Just to pay salaries, and et cetera, without any extra or unseen, like, say, unexpected or unplanned legal fees or anything like that. Without any other unexpected, it's roughly $2 million to $2.5 million a year, I think, or something like that. Somewhere in that ballpark. So I'm kind of hoping they put the numbers in context here in this video, but we're half done and I don't know if they will.
So let's look at this 10% in more detail.
Okay.
About 3% of our revenue over the last 8 years came from the Gates organizations for a wide variety of topics, often suggested by us. 5% comes from open philanthropy and is only used for specific projects. With these funds, we've started Arabic, Hindi, Korean, Japanese, Portuguese, and French channels.
Yeah, that's another kind of disingenuous argument the hated one was making. To be fair, he didn't have all this information because he didn't know where the money was going or what it was doing. Although that's something you could argue he probably should have taken into account in his video, considering he was the one making the claim and had the journalistic responsibility. Even though he's not a journalist, he's still kind of trying to do journalism. But a lot of the 5% from that foundation never went towards a specific video. It went towards expanding into different languages, which I guess you could say you're still trying to spread the influence of the videos that are made by others to now more people can see them. So I guess you could still kind of make the argument, but it's not as direct. In that point, you're starting to unroll the tinfoil a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. You're getting the idea of making a hat ready, but you might turn around and just do ribs instead with it. So you're at the cusp of starting to get a little paranoid with it. Not quite over the edge yet,
bringing more free science content to more people. Then there's a 2-year funding for original TikTok content, which gives us freedom to explore and learn how.
I can't imagine this went down. Like, TikTokers have the attention span of gnats. There's no fucking way they're sitting through 60 seconds of science, even with pretty pictures. I don't believe it. You can't prove me otherwise. It doesn't happen. This is just like throwing money in a bonfire. Like, you might as well be hurling dollar bills into the sun there. Oh my god, TikTok content. It's not like they made a Hindi channel for the sole purpose of pushing the evil Gates propaganda. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's, you know. I could see where you could make an argument of, like, it's spreading this idea for, you know, I could see where you could make the argument, but I don't necessarily think it's a reasonable argument either. You know, I can see it, but I'm not sold on it, you know? Because, you know, do they actually care? Or are they like me? I like to look at the pretty pictures and some of the science is interesting. But from my perspective, you know, the least interesting videos that they've made, the ones, I haven't even watched all of them because some of them just seemed boring and I didn't care. Well, where's that, let's see here. Alright, let's see. These ones. These are some of their least interesting, well, this one's actually, bacteriophage is actually kind of an interesting, but bacteriophages themselves are interesting. So this one was kind of interesting. I did watch this one and I kind of enjoyed it, but the rest of these, I didn't watch this one. I don't even know what the fuck it's about. I didn't watch it. I don't think I watched this one. This one I started watching and then clicked off because it was boring. I think I watched this one. I did watch this one, but I don't remember it. So I was probably bored the entire time. Like, most of these just aren't interesting videos.
Variety of topics.
Actually, this one was kind of interesting too. So these two were kind of interesting. The rest of them, who fucking care? What the hell is this? No. Asterisk. Oh, okay then. No, it didn't happen. Maybe they just wanted even bricks. So, you know, three rows of 3, and they're like, how the hell do we're short a video. Throw a no sign in there. They'll wonder about it. It'll be a mystery. It'll drive views. So I wouldn't even say these were effective methods of pushing propaganda, because they were fucking boring, and they weren't cute enough, and who cares? Oh, I mean, I meant to hit the play button. It's on the other side.
Often suggested by us.
Can we stop climate change or something like that? The thumbnail was the no. Oh, okay, okay.
With these funds, we've started Arabic, Hindi...
No, we can't. It's tough shit, it's over, bro. See you on the other side.
Then there's a 2-year funding for original TikTok content, which gives us freedom to explore and learn how to do short-form science communication. The final 2% came from other organizations like the Red Cross or the UN, for example.
Nuke! Now that was a fun video, I'll give him that. I don't know if I would call that propaganda in any capacity, but goddamn was that a good video. That one was just good fun. I apparently have startled poor Freya with all of my shouting. Evil Red Cross propaganda. Well, Nuka City, you know, it's kind of fucked up there, Red Cross. You trying to keep yourself in business? Should we start new Red Cross? It's confirmed they want us to drop nukes. Red Cross is all for nuclear warfare. That's the propaganda I got here. I would like to put an asterisk in this. I would like to make an addendum. That was here's the little asterisk. That was a joke. I'm making humorous over-exaggerations and false connections in the name of humor. This was not a serious statement. Nobody sue me, dear God, please. You won't get anything. I got 20 bucks in my wallet. You want it? It's yours.
We choose institutional sponsors carefully, but if organizations want to fund videos that help us spread quality information about relevant topics, this is an easy yes for us, if we have the capacity for it. On top of that, the institutional sponsors we're working with align with our values. We have contracts with every grant giver or sponsor that bars them from editorial influence other than suggesting topic areas like global health or climate change.
This is true. I've seen the... Now, you could argue, is it actually enforced? Who the fuck knows? But you can find the legal side of this. It's on the internet. You can find it if you want to. If you legitimately want to verify, you can locate it. So this is technically true, but there's no way to verify how much this is actually enforced. So, I mean, for whatever it's worth to you. It's true.
We agree on video topics together, but sponsors can neither influence details nor our conclusions. The final decision always remains with us. And usually we develop the topics of the videos autonomously and tell the sponsor what we're doing afterwards. If you're interested in how we research our videos in detail, our head of research wrote an article
That
about
last part was also confirmed by ex-employees. The whole, the people who give us money don't even know what the fuck's happening until it's close to done. That was also confirmed by some ex-employees who no longer work with Kyrgyzstan. Again, take that for what you will. Who knows if they left amicably? Who knows if they would pitch for the team still? I don't fucking know. Nobody can really say. But for whatever it's worth, that has also been verified by somebody, which is about as credible as saying "nuh-uh" with your fingers in your ear, going la 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 la, nuh-uh, it's not true. It's about the same credibility. I'd say it's slightly more credible, probably, but that's not really a point that's going to sway anyone who's against you, and the people it's going to sway are probably the people who already support you anyway and don't give a fuck, so that doesn't really help anything at all, but I figured I'd mention it.
Running an educational YouTube channel is a balancing act that we take very seriously. We're doing our best to maintain this balance, adjusting whenever necessary. As a team and a company, we want to grow to give more people access to a science-based outlook on the world. This brings us to our final topic. Why are we doing Kurzgesagt?
Wait. YouTube stream suspended for policy violations? I'm banned from YouTube already. Feels bad, man. You can still comment, though. That's tough. Hold on. I gotta take a look. I'm already banned from YouTube. That was a long one. I lasted a while. Cool. Hold on. Let me check. Let me see what's going on. Give me a second. Maybe I said naughty words maybe I said fuck one too many times. I don't know. You never know with Big Daddy YouTube. Let me pause. Hey, hold on. I gotta go to my dashboard quick and see what's going on. Give me a second. Wait, can I go and actually see my own video stream? It's Gates Run. He's out to get me. So, Chad, if you've ever wondered why it seems like your favorite content creators on YouTube are stepping on eggshells half the time, it's because they are. Hold on. What did I can't even think of what it had to be the Nuke the Cities thing. Either that or they saw me flashing gang signs and they didn't like it, you know? I don't know what gang that is. The Derp Nation, I suppose. But the hell's my video? Oh. Where am I? Okay, what if I search directly for my channel? Okay, stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations. Tough. You're posting other YouTube videos? It should be fine. Alright. Well, that's definitely true. That definitely happened. Let me go to the dashboard and see what they have to say. Maybe they're vague as hell, so I'll probably never know exactly what happened, but hey, let's go find out here. Let's take a look. Alright. Original content in that, then reaction channels, so true. Oh no, like I'm hard banned. I can't even go to my dashboard. I've straight up been banned. What? Well, there goes half my revenue. Oh well. Wait, stream's back up on YouTube. Wait, it's back? Hello? Is it just an error? It's back up? I still can't access my dashboard, though. Hello? What's happening? I don't even know what's happening. This is wild. Some of you dipwad fat fingered the button. Oops. Ah, damn. I knew I shouldn't have gone for that sprinkle over there. YouTube is just having a stroke, don't mind. I guess so. Maybe it's because I mentioned the dreaded Voldemort of words. Hold on, I better type it in chat so they don't know. Hold on, let's add spaces. Maybe it's because I used the dreaded word. The words. They know they heard me. I said it. They didn't like it. Okay. Alright, anyway. Apparently it's back. We're good, I guess. Cool. Hold on, let me see if I can sign into my account yet. 1 second. That's very helpful, comrade. Oh dear. Let's see. Okay, is it gonna let me in now? Hello? Can I access my account, pretty please? With sugar on top? Hey, I'm back in. I don't know what the hell happened. I'm not completely financially ruined now. I can actually get my $100 a month out of YouTube. Whew. Dodged a bullet on that one. Daddy ain't going broke yet. Give me a couple more months of severe addiction. And maybe we'll get there, but not today. Not this day. No, this day we fight. Wait. No, that's the wrong line. Hold on. Peak content. I'm keeping this in the video. To hell with it. When I cut this out to make it its own video, this part's staying. Like, this is an emotional roller coaster. This is peak content. You just watched my life flash before my eyes. This is great. The good books for now. I was never in the good books. I cuss too much. This is why YouTube doesn't really recommend my videos so much these days. Like, they don't push it anywhere. You pretty much gotta go hunting for my stuff. But that's okay. That's fine. I'm like the underground thing all the hipsters are talking about, you know? Alright, well, let's get back into the video. Hold on. Let me, where the hell do we even leave off?
In 2023, Kurzgesagt has existed for 10 years. Insane.
Well, that was a roller coaster.
We're among the largest sciencey channels on YouTube.
Alright, we left off around here.
Running an educational YouTube channel is a balancing act that we take very seriously. We're doing our best to maintain this balance, adjusting whenever necessary. As a team and a company, we want to grow to give
Twitch just booted me from your stream, Keck W. Oh god, it's a conspiracy. They're all out to get me.
Final topic. Why are we doing Kurzgesagt? Our values and our vision. Our core mission is to spark curiosity. We want to make science and humanism accessible for as many people as possible. The effort we put into creating our videos is a way of achieving that. Our videos are beautiful because that helps to spark curiosity, to understand.
Again, nothing they've said in the last couple of lines is untrue. Why do you think I first clicked on one of their videos? The first time ever, way back when, like 7 years ago? Why do you think I clicked on the first video I ever clicked on? I saw the art and was intrigued. So, to that end, yeah. Okay, sure, yeah. And to the end before, like, we make videos to spark curiosity and start discussions. The majority of their videos have nothing to do with anything political, anything hot button. Like, half of their videos are just about random crap. Science-y crap. Like, they have a bunch of videos about dinosaurs. They have a bunch of video about what it would be like to live in the oceans of Europa. Like, the vast majority of their videos are just about dumb science-y topics that have no relation to any agendas. Unless you think the dinosaurs are starting to push propaganda too. Maybe they are. So, to be fair, the majority of their work does stand up to what they're saying here. There's just a couple that veer a little off that course here and there. We could say they're probably meaningful topics worth making a video over. You could probably debate that. I find most of them to be boring and uninteresting, but other people might find them interesting. I don't know. All I'm saying is, it's all fair enough.
Complex topics, and because it just feels good to create and watch.
There it goes again.
Our research
Wait, what?
is as intensive as it is, so our
Am I gone again already? They hit me? Is this too big? What if I shrink it? Oh, now I can't get it to normal size. Oh, God. There it goes again. Am I banned again? It did! Well... Streaming others' content after all? I'm starting to think it might be. That's interesting. Okay. But I've done this before, and it's never been an issue. Then again, I've never done it with a channel as big as Scott. So maybe they don't want people. I guess it's fair. Interesting. What if I just do that? Well, honestly, I think we've seen what we need to see out of this video anyway. Apparently, I need to avoid big channels. Hey, it's back! Now that I'm no longer... It is! Wait, why did it take them so long to hit us the first time, then? If that was it. Interesting. Banning conversation on a video about bringing back conversation. Yeah. Keep pushing YouTube's buttons. I would rather not. $104 a month may not be a lot, but it's very helpful, and I would like to keep that money coming in. So, but I think we got the gist of this video. They're more or less closing up now anyway, so it must be, yeah, it's probably automated. Because when it's up and active, I get hit. When it's not, so it's the algorithm. It's their automated system flagging me. So apparently, Kurzgesagt has it set to flag anyone reposting their video and stuff. And while technically this falls under fair use, as I am transforming the content to a degree, criticism, humor, and discussion. I'm hitting 3 of the goddamn pillars here, chat. Like, this was we've watched 7 minutes of video. And when I cut this out, how long do you think my video is going to be on this topic? So technically, I more than meet the requirements for fair use when I do these videos. But the problem with the algorithm taking care of everything and handling everything is the algorithm doesn't understand fair use. Because it can't. Because fair use is a concept, and algorithms can't understand concepts. But anyway, they got through the important shit anyway. Now they're just discussing themselves a bit. So we saw what we needed to see. I got the conversation I needed. To be fair to YouTube, but most people don't get fair use. Also, that's also true. Like so there's a little bit of an epidemic. It's always existed, but since shorts came out, it's gotten worse. Common React content nowadays is shoving a small picture of your face in a corner, usually the bottom, it tends to be the bottom left or bottom right, shoving your face down there, just kind of overlaying the video, and then watching the video, and then making a couple of facial expressions, like, you know, shit like that. That's React content now. That's legitimately people stealing other people's content, strictly for the views and monetization of it. That's not fair use. That's theft. What I do meets pretty much every pillar of fair use as far as I'm aware. So, but again, algorithms they can't fucking tell. They don't know. They have no idea. They just see that I have the content rolling on my screen, and they're like, "Ah, crap! That's probably an issue. We're taking that one down. Quick, tactical nuke. Take it down. Burn it down." But hey, at least I'm not like perpetually banned. I'm just getting minor suspensions. Wonder how many of those I can pile up before it's a problem. Oh dear. But I guess with smaller channels, it's not as big a deal because they're probably not in the system using the content ID crap, which is that's what's causing this issue. It's the content ID system. So the smaller channels that I've reacted to probably, or I guess they're not even necessarily all small. Some of them are pretty big. Like I guess the hated one might be fairly decently sized, but anyway. They're not running or trawling through the automated content ID system, so we didn't get flagged for either of those videos, I suppose. Anyway, we got what we needed out of that one. I got to talk about some completely unrelated stuff. Beautiful. Perfect. Let's find out. Let's not find out. Alright, let's see. There was another video I wanted to watch, and this one I know we won't get flagged for. Actually, I don't have time to watch this one. Dan should be back soon. Alright, you know what, chat? I'm going to take a quick break anyway. I'm going to put the dog out, give him his meds, and I'm going to go check on the other two dogs just to be safe. I will be right back. Yellow. I have returned. Oh, hey, I finally got an email from Google. Your stream was interrupted. Reason, copyright match. It's tough. What did I just hear? Give me one more second. I just heard something. I should go check that. Give me 1 minute. Hello, I am back. In theory. I don't know what I heard, but when I went out there, Loki had made a mess, so I had to clean it up. The little piss monster did it again. Living up to his title. Deciding what to do. Oh, I got some messages here. Let me take a look. Oh, shit, I just marked that as right. Hold on. Yeah, I might have to go feed the dogs, too. Well, this is just awkward. Loki's a literal trickster, true. Peed all over his pad, then decided to tear his pad around, and then decided to pee off of his pad. He also likes to roll around in his pee for some reason, so he kind of smells like pee right now. I've washed my hands 3 times in the last 20 minutes. He's definitely earned the title Piss Monster. Alright, I might need to go feed the dogs quick, too. Apparently, Dan and Abby are running a little late. So I gotta get the dogs their food. Hold on. I gotta wait till they send me the amounts, though, so... Okay. Once he sends the amounts, I gotta go feed the dogs quick. But, until then, I'm here to chat for a couple of minutes, I suppose. Alright, how long was I gone? What, like 25 minutes, maybe? Roughly? Something like that. Can I get timestamps over here? No? Well, alright then. Timestamps are cool. I hope that's something they add someday. Dan's stream waiting room. I don't know if there's... So there's probably not going to be a co-op stream tonight, since, Dan and Abby didn't even get to the housewarming party until about 6, so they arrived late, which means they're not going to be leaving there until probably after 7. So they probably won't be back here until around 8, so we're probably doing the co-op stream tomorrow instead. But the upside is I now know what to do. Another video I want to watch, but it was a little longer, so I didn't want to watch it if Dan was going to be back in like 20 minutes, so... This helps clear up my schedule for the evening. It's actually a couple of videos I wouldn't mind watching, but... Start with one and go from there. I will have to take a couple-minute break, though, to feed the dogs once that info comes in. Alright. Here, this one seems interesting. This is one I want to check out for sure. Oh, hold on. That's probably Dan. Give me a second. Okay, that was the food information coming in. So I need to go feed the dogs quick. I know, this is the break that just refuses to end. I'm sorry. I'll be back in a few minutes. I think I'm gonna probably need like 5 to 8 minutes. I'll be right back. Hello. I think I'm finally back. I said 5 to 8. It's been 10. Close enough. Holy crap. Alright, the dogs have been cared for. Loki's had his mess cleaned up, both dogs have been fed. And now they're playing peekaboo through the fence. Perfect. Puppers are good. Loki's gonna need another bath. He's been rolling in pee again. I did give him pets. And then my hand smelled like pee afterwards. That's how I know he's been rolling in pee. Time for sleep. Excellent. Alright, by the way, we're doing co-op tomorrow instead of today, for those who don't know. Because they're not going to be home for like an hour still. So, we're going to watch at least one more video tonight. We'll see where it ends. Hopefully this is a good one. It tweaked my gizmos, so we'll see. Ah, crap, I forgot the drink I was going to bring in with me. Try that snake boss again? I don't really want to. If they patch the game, I'm definitely down to try it. I was enjoying the game up until that boss fight. But, like, my arm down here from all that button mashing hurt for like a day and a half afterwards. Too old for that kind of button mashing without satisfying payoff. Which game? 9 Years of Shadows. It's a delightful little gem. It's just a little finicky for my skill set. Alright, give me one moment. Now that I'm sitting here, I'm getting kind of thirsty. Let me go grab that drink off the counter. This will be like 30 seconds tops. Absolute tops. I'm back. Okay. What was... Hold on. Best new Unreal Engine 5 MMOs coming out in 2023. That's a short time span. You guys know I'm an MMO player, always have been, probably always will be, because I enjoy suffering and disappointment. Let's see what's on offer. Unreal Engine 5 is intriguing. I'm curious to see what MMOs do in that. And maybe I'll see some I don't know about. She's got a little boo-boo on her nose. You think somebody kissed it better? Because it looked like it was healing well. I don't think that's healing, though. Teleported her fucking army in. There's 3 armies here. There's one inside, one got teleported in, and one's chilling outside, waiting to third party. Yennefer? Yennefer's here. Must be a Witcher. This is strange music for what's happening. It's very somber and energetic and hopeful. Maybe a little somber, but there's definitely a strong... Oh, she's evil. Everyone's evil. As far as I can tell, nobody's been the good guy in this video. Purple's usually a negative color. At the very least, it prescribes trickery, if not outright villainy. Or chaos, as the case may be as well, but trickery, chaos, kind of hand in hand. Kiss the mommy goodnight. Literal Treebeard. He's looking fine these days. Look at that. He's looking pretty. Knew he had it in him. He just needed to set down some roots. NC Presents. Okay, so wait, what was that one? Is this that one? This looks very different. A very different energy here. Why am I getting Black Desert vibes? Hello? That city looked like one ripped right out of Black Desert. Characters, too, honestly. He just went in Treebeard's naughty place. Purple and gold is the color of royalty. True, but in this case, it seems more like villainy. Although technically, on that point, it's a specific color of purple that is royalty. It's a purple dye made out of snails. It's kind of tricky to make. It's a very long process. But these snails, like and it's only one part of a snail too. You just take out this one little gland. Tiny little gland. You need like thousands of them just to make an ounce of dye, I think. Or maybe even less than an ounce. It's a very small amount of dye for the work put in. I don't know what the purple's actually called, but we'll call it royal purple. The reason purple was so goddamn expensive is because that dye specifically was so expensive to make, but it made a very distinct, very vibrant purple. And then after that, since the peasants couldn't afford to buy that dye, purple was then associated with nobility or royalty. Even less expensive purples, you know? Because you could definitely get some purple going with pretty cheap dyes. But this one in particular was a very luxury dye. I cannot remember what it's called. I don't even remember what the snails are called, honestly. Purple snail piss? No, it's some kind of a... No, it's not part of their digestive system, I don't think. Maybe it is, actually. It's some kind of a purple... I think it's an enzyme or something. I don't know. But anyway, you got to treat the snails in a very specific way, and then you gotta mix the color in a very specific way, and the color is never consistent either. Each batch, because it comes from a biological substance that isn't always consistent, each batch can net you a different color of purple. Like, even the same batch of snails caught at the same time, if you break them into different groups to work on, you know, a bit at a time in a more manageable size, even that same batch, done 3 times, will result in a different color purple. So part of the expense of it as well is color matching. Because you got to make sure, okay, this color kind of matches that color, so we'll bundle those together. And this color's pretty damn spot on to that one. So you get like 3 to 4 different shades of purple. Depending. And there's no way to really make it any more consistent than that. There's still a couple of people who make the dye, to this day. Since the information on how to make it was largely lost, they had to kind of relearn the process. But there are legitimately a couple of artisan crafters, makers, whatever you want to call them, that still produce the exact dye to this day. And it's still expensive as balls. It's their mucus, there you go. It's the mucus, yeah. Tyrian purple, that's what it's called. Tyrian purple, also more colloquially known sometimes as royal purple. I've always ever heard it as royal purple. I thought Tyrian was the name of people who live in Tyria. Tyria being the fictitious world of Guild Wars. But anyway, yeah, that's the stuff. Inner says it's called Murex snail. And it's made from their mucus. Okay, Murex snail, there it is. That's probably where they got Mucinex from, too, the name for that medication. I doubt it's related to the snail, but it sounds good. Anyway, that was a completely unrelated tangent to this video. Carry on. To Tyr in Lebanon? Fair enough. Wow! They kicked a chest! Kind of a janky animation for it. I like janky animations, as long as they're smooth and janky. Is he going back in the naughty place? No? God, I just... Is this TL? This is... Oh God, this is that game. I don't know what it... Throne and Liberty. Is this Throne and Liberty? Is Throne and Liberty on Unreal Engine 5? For some reason I thought it was on 4. Huh. Well, fair enough. Turn that down a little bit. I mean... Obviously, it's competing with Black Desert. The combat style, the world, everything. Like, it's competing with Black Desert. Will it be any good? Who the hell knows? But that looked like very kind of combo-esque, kind of ability-esque combat there. I personally was never a huge fan of Black Desert just because most of the sandbox systems in place were not really sandbox because they were tightly controlled by the devs and the devs didn't know what they were doing, so the systems fell apart. Kind of like the economy. The economy was an absolute disaster in that game. It didn't exist. Outside of very specific things. So is that a mechanic? You turn into an animal to deal with mechanics? Kind of like gliding in Guild Wars 2, I guess. So there's fights in Guild Wars 2, like the Whisper of Jormag, the strike, where the boss throws you into the air, and then if you don't glide and you just land normally, you get impaled by an ice spike that comes up a second or two later. So the mechanic is you get thrown in the air and then you glide and wait for the icicle to come up and then you drop. Kind of looked like the same thing there. Everyone got thrown in the air, they turned into birds, and then they stopped turning into birds, so kind of the same idea, I guess. This is made by NCSoft, right? Which kind of makes sense. I don't know exactly what their relationship is to ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2 now, as I'm pretty sure Guild Wars 2 at this point, ArenaNet self-publish, but I still think there's ties there. It's kind of a weird relationship, but NCSoft games often borrow from each other, or games they've published often borrow from each other. You could see this a lot with WildStar as well. Back before they pulled the plug on that one. So I'm not surprised they'd take some of the more successful and interesting combat mechanics from Guild Wars and put them in this to some degree as well. Assuming this is Throne and Liberty. They haven't confirmed that yet, but I'm pretty sure it is, because I think Throne and Liberty had the grappling hook and the turning into animals, and everyone's standing around for a rave party. Yeah, that's an easy spot. Everyone stand on the giant obvious thing's back so we can nuke you. Yeah, everyone stand up there. Meteors incoming! Smart strategy. I like it. It's definitely a Korean MMO. Looks and plays like one. Throne and Liberty. Okay, so it was Throne and Liberty. Good. Cool. I'm worried that game's going to be pay to win as hell. But maybe they'll surprise me. We'll see. Even the smallest candle pierces the darkness like the sharpest blade. That's what they say about my wit. I don't know what that means.
This is where we belong. Exploring this vast and...
Oh, hey, there's chapters. I can see what the game is. PAX Day. I've heard this one's name, but I don't know anything about it.
Its treasures call out.
I hear people who are excited for AOC are also excited for this one. I guess we'll see.
Ancient secrets beckon us. Ever deeper.
That, and people are saying this is like New World done right. I really like New World. It's got its problems, but I enjoy the hell out of it for what it is. And people are like, this is just New World, but better. So, my interest is piqued. Curious how true that actually is.
Into the unknown.
You can see there's a kind of a similar style, aesthetically, visually.
The further we journey from the safety of the light, the greater the
Okay, so there's a
rewards.
darkness theme. Again, kind of, New World also has a little bit of a darkness theme going on as well. If you've ever been near one of the fucking rifts that opens, dark as hell.
This world
Oh, there's one excited
is
kitty-looking
for
creature.
us. Here, together.
What a nice little colony down there.
we
Look
can
at
build
that.
ourselves a home.
Wow, it's like Monarch Bluffs. What world will you make? That tells me absolutely nothing about the game. Is there any more? Social, sandbox, MMO. Okay, here we go. Alpha footage. Hopefully that's an alpha UI too. That one's a little rough. I like minimalistic UIs for the most part, as long as I get all the information I need. Not a problem. That one looks like somebody did an MS Paint overlay of the game. That one's maybe a little too minimalistic. Doesn't feel like it fits in. Okay, they got deers and you can walk to buildings. It's just like New World. They're right. Holy shit. Alright, wait, are they building a building? Ooh, I do like building. Wait, hold on. Was that somebody placing a piece? Or is that just them, like, fixing a building? I can't tell! Was that something that snapped in? Are they building their own houses? That's cool. I'd like to see that in an MMO. That's a feature in survival games. I don't know why that's actually not true. That is an old MMO feature that disappeared and has not come back yet for some reason. Ultima Online. Not originally. I believe it was the Age of Shadows expansion. Allowed you to, instead of buying pre-built houses like the cabin or the keep or the castle or etc., you could buy just a tile by tile. I think the biggest one was 18 tiles by 18 tiles. Now, technically, these houses were a little smaller on average than their associate. Like, 18 by 18, I believe, was even smaller than the keep, let alone the castle. So, you were getting less size, but you had complete customization of it because it was a blank slate of dirt. They had flooring options you could pick. They had wall options you could pick. You placed walls tile by tile, very much like a survival game does nowadays. That was the origination of that mechanic, as far as I'm aware. Survival games saw that in Ultima Online and were like, God damn it, I can work with that. And kind of borrowed it from there, because I can't recall seeing it prior to that. But Ultima Online, you could build your own house from the ground up, and then you could place items in it as decorations as well. And people did some wild stuff with just random items. Like, not even specifically furniture items. Somebody made a hot tub out of cotton balls, blue cloth, and some, what were they, wooden barrels, I think? Like a legitimate good-looking hot tub out of these random assorted materials that got dyed specific colors. I guess wild. You could do a lot, because you could finely tune and position the items with a tool. Like, you could raise it on this axis a bit, you could move it on this axis. The only thing you couldn't do was rotate it, and that's because the game was built off of sprites, so you couldn't, like, rotate the item. Another game that has tried that more recently is WildStar had something very similar. In WildStar, you could get pre-built, or you could do it yourself. And some people did some wild stuff in that game with housing, too. Like, crazy. There were nights where I would just spend an hour or two visiting random houses to see exactly what they had done. And there were some really cool houses. Would you play for nostalgia and chat? Ultima Online? Probably not. It's got a monthly fee, I believe. On top of that, I haven't touched it since I stopped playing. I played Ultima Online for like 15 years, and then I stopped. And it's been a while. It's probably been... Okay, Guild Wars 2 came out 10 years ago. It's probably... Jesus Christ, it's probably been 15 years since I last played it. Maybe longer. It is still, to this date, in every MMO I have played, and that is pretty much all of them, Ultima Online is still my all-time favorite. There was just so much you could do in that game. It was great. Very sandboxy, but it still had some non-sandboxy stuff as well for the people who wanted a little more direction in their play sessions. Especially later on in the game's life, when they added things like the Gauntlet. Or, what do they call them? They were basically dungeons, but they were kind of... The first part of the dungeon was open, the part where you go through all the trash and shit, and then the bosses were instanced. Not instance, you were in the world, but only one group could be in there dealing with it at a time, and then the next group up had to wait their turn, and then We're gonna get 6 hours of Aragami after this. I should change the title, because Aragami's not happening today. Dan's not even home yet. He's not gonna be home until almost 9. So Aragami will be tomorrow. But I'm too lazy to change the title, so... Anyway, house building like that in an MMO is an amazing idea. Do you know how many gameplay hours were generated just from the housing in Ultima Online? Nothing else. Like an entire economy spun up around building houses. You could get people to come in and decorate your house. I think that's actually a thing in Final Fantasy XIV as well. I don't think you get to build your house, but you can actually hire people to come in and decorate the prefab for you. I think that's actually like an industry in Final Fantasy XIV as far as I understand. So, like, having in-depth housing is huge for an MMO. Absolutely massive. It can really expand the life duration of the game and give people stuff to do. And it's a way to show off crap you've done and collected, which is also huge. Back in Ultima Online, there was what was called the Rares Market, an economy built entirely around rare or extremely difficult to get items. Rares were usually items you could no longer acquire, like a specific pair of sandals that's missing a line of text on it. Or there was a specific pair of sandals you could farm off of a pirate NPC in, I forget the name of the town, but it was where all the Reds and criminals could hang out without worrying about guards and then kill each other. But there was an NPC there, if you killed him for a while, he would drop a pair of these pitch black sandals. And those became collectible because you could no longer get them. Or something happened to him, or they changed the line of text on it. And then there were deeds, because at some inevitable point, there wasn't any room anymore to build the prefab houses in the game. They ran out of space on a lot of servers. So they no longer sold like the castle and the keep and those, and so deeds for those are now a rare item. If you have them, they didn't remove the items from the game. If you have the deeds, you could technically still place a castle. Just, you weren't going to find a spot to do it. But the deeds themselves had immense value because they were so rare, because most people who bought a deed knew where they were going to plant the house, so there weren't a lot of them kicking around when they got removed. I remember Spider-Ham, who was the richest guy on the server, any server, all servers. He was a server jumper. The dude was a walking economy. But he and we both collected rares, so we would occasionally do like rare swaps. Like, hey, I've had this one in my rare museum for a while. I'm looking to shake things up, add something new. You want to trade this for a couple of so we would trade rares back and forth. And sometimes I would go out and hunt down rares for him for a broker's fee, because I was good at finding rares. But anyway, he paid for a castle deed. He once paid, I believe, 100 million in-game gold for a castle deed. It was the last money needed to complete his deed collection. 100 million. Now, that wasn't an absolutely insane amount. At this point in the game, people were starting to get 1 billion or 2 billion gold. And he probably had a good fucking 10 billion himself. But 100 million for the average player was still an insane amount of money. 100 million for a goddamn piece of paper. So, housing can open up a lot of gameplay avenues. As a mod, I can't change your title, Joe. So, you can't? That should be something a mod can do. Well, either way, it's fine. Anyway, that's just a roundabout way of saying good housing is great in an MMO and more games should focus on it. Did you just shoot that like a mile over his head? Ah, damn, that shot didn't hit. I can't believe I wasn't aiming at it. Hold on. Let me adjust aim a little bit. I'll get that little porker yet. What the fuck? Now you're aiming like half a mile off to the side. Hit something. You aim like I do. There we go, right in his face. Someone in as an editor to when did they change that? You didn't need to. I guess when they added editors. That's a relatively new feature, I guess. Maybe they're trying to tell us something. Amanita mushroom. Isn't that also known as the, Isn't that also... Is that a death cap? Is that what... I know Amanita mushrooms are poisonous. I don't remember what the non-scientific name for them is. There's a more colloquial name for them, too. Are they death caps? I don't think they're death caps. What scam are we looking at now? Who knows? Could be the whole world, possibly. Dude was the Jeff Bezos of that game, pretty much. That was Spider-Ham. He had a presence on every major server, and he would routinely server hop to do economy transfers and stuff like that. Like, hey, this item's pretty easy to come by here, but it's in relatively high demand. So he would do a lot of that kind of thing. And he would pay out of pocket, real money for it. I'm pretty sure the dude was loaded in real life, too. I had my theories. He would never confirm or deny, but I'm pretty sure he was just... Because he also had, like, 5 active accounts. Dude was shelling out, like, $100 a month. In subs. I think he might have actually been pretty well off in real life, too. So, you know. How many are also known as Cosmo mushrooms? Or, fly mushroom. The fly agarics? Is that it? Or is that a different mushroom entirely? Anyway. Fly agaric. It is the fly. Okay. See, I knew it had a more colloquial name. Fly agaric. That's the one. Thank you, chat. Okay, I mean, the combat looks okay. I'm not sure, like, how much of that was auto-attacking versus hitting a button? Hold on, let's look at the bottom underneath alpha footage. Were they hitting buttons, or was that, like... There's no feedback in the UI whatsoever. Okay, I have no idea. Again! Put the bow down, lady! You shouldn't be firing a bow! Put it away! Put it away! Get a spear! Maybe you'll be better at throwing spears. I can shoot a bow better than that, and I suck at it. That's why I don't use them. One of your players fell to death today. That's tough. Did they splat? Was revived after Pepe Hands. Alright, good for them. I'm happy to hear, but that told me almost nothing about the game, other than the fact that it might have action combat, and it might have house building. I got 2 mites out of it. Visually, it looked fine, though. Like, it looked good. Theme was alright. I kind of like the theme. Kind of low fantasy. That works for me. It's a pretty good theme. This is Night Crows. We've seen a trailer on this one before. Is this going to be the same trailer, or is there going to be any new info on it? This is the same trailer so far. We'll zoom up, see if there's any actual, like, gameplay this time. Anything new? God, the scenery in this game is still gorgeous. But scenery doesn't make the game, unfortunately. So this is the same exact video we've already seen on it. Any gameplay? Any new additions? So they have, like, flying or gliding. They have waifu characters. Cool. No. They're still not showing anything new. This is the exact same reveal trailer. Alright, well, let's skip past this one then. They're showing, hey, we switched to a new engine. Look at how cool and fancy and sexy everything looks now. Wow. Okay, we've already seen that one. Funcom.
It starts in the desert.
Isn't this just their weird survival game that's not actually an MMO?
You find others.
20 people on a server is not an MMO to me.
You wander the dry, dirty streets.
That's Rust. I don't know if I consider Rust an MMO.
In the ancient halls of
it's a suffering simulator for sure, but
you find answers.
Beyond that, I don't know.
You seek the secrets of the ever.
And Funcom have a really strong track record of MMOs. They've shut like 90% of them down after failing abstractly, intrinsically even. So this is basically the same exact video. Nothing new. Oh, wait. Maybe there's something new. Hold on. I don't remember actually seeing, like, combat stuff. Wow! The tank flipped. So they have tank flipping mechanics.
You do all
that tank seems so insignificant now.
Dream, sleeper. I am.
Wait, if you're the one dreaming, why are they the sleeper?
What happens when you awaken?
Isn't she the sleeper? Do an awakening. I have no idea what kind of game this is ultimately going to be. Rust is great. Rust is fine for people who enjoy it. I just don't enjoy it. Look at our new graphics using the engine that makes these new graphics easier to make.
Heroes fought.
The sleeper is gone. Oh, I'm God? Holy crap. If he wakes up... Oh, that sleeper. Yeah.
All that I know from their Earth are the creatures they sent along.
Wait, what is this? Wait. Arc 2?
All that I know from their Earth are the creatures they sent.
Skip, it's probably gonna be a buggy nightmare again. Vin Diesel? What? He's grunting, it has to be Vin Diesel. That's how he talks. You have to get an interpreter to understand his grunt and convert it to English. I don't know, I suppose the kid's supposed to be an actor too? How much do you think they paid for that cameo? Probably way too much. Dodos are cool though, I like dodos. Vin is involved somehow. Is he? Oh no. Has anyone told him he's part of... I guess it's not a scam, there's an actual product, but... Damn, that's tough. What's this? It's a bunch of angry Viking-looking dudes. Everyone's angry at each other. It's like real life. This is the dream, this is fantasy. Is the old lady a pickpocket? Who's she gonna steal from? He's suspicious. They've got boob physics, good to see. And they got finch physics, too. Those are a different kind of booby. I wonder if they got the blue-footed in here, too. Let's just hit everything. Check every box. Her tits just wig out? Yes, they did. Boob physics. It's hard not to notice. Like, you know, I like to take a glance. I'm a guy, I glance. You know? But I didn't even have to glance at that one. Those things fucking popped out at you. One of them... Hold on, I gotta slow this down. One of them jumped like twice as high as the other one. Realistic physics. Hang on. Playback speed. Hold on. Alright, let's slow this one down a bit. Hold on. Hang on. They're going independently of each other. Wild. Usually when you're running or walking, so ladies like to wear sports bras for a reason. This kind of thing actually happens when you're running or walking aggressively. But usually they work in tandem from the impact. Not one and then the other. It's not, you know... Unless we're talking like Grandma Bertha or something, they're hanging down to her knees and her knees are kicking them up. Like, at that point you gotta worry about those suckers coming back and flapping you in the face. If you're behind her. That's why you always walk just slightly off to the side of an old lady in front of you, especially if she's getting in some aggressive speed going. Okay, anyway, the rest of the video, now that we've gotten that out of the way. Independent is also a thing when they start to run? I've never seen that. Not once in my life have I ever seen that, but I'll take your word for it. Is there like no like audio? There is, it's sunk under the music though. There's audio. It's just muted, and I'm talking over it, so get fucked, I guess. Wait, what the hell's the auto 480? Why am I at 480? Oh damn, they got 4K, hell yeah. What did he do? Is he a criminal? Are you an assassin? Is he innocent? Who should I be rooting for here? I'm rooting for him because you're just randomly chasing him through a city and he hasn't... Oh, jeez. Well, I see you fucked up. Now the posse's here. Okay, so it's a game about Vikings that so far doesn't seem very Viking-y. Where's the Viking stuff? Oh, well, there it is. We found it. We got it. Found the Vikings. Cool. Had the same model? It's a teaser. Who cares? I'm sure they'll all look exactly the same in-game, too. Random ruffian model A. Fine, though. All those enemy probably have the same model, too. Those orcs... goblins? Whatever the hell they were. Oh, no! Everything's going wrong all at once in the video, but something tells me triumphant music will start playing and they will rise up to the challenge. And everything will be fine. Cool, he's got two spears, one shorter than the other. Better for throwing. One's better for sticking, one's better for throwing. I respect that. Well, he's angry now. Oh, they're all pissed off now. It's happening. She's not an assassin, she's a wizard. She's from the library. They didn't return their books on time. There's the triumph of music. There's everybody standing up to confront the challenges and overcome them. He's gonna wipe out an entire fucking army himself, I guarantee it. Or it'll rally the other people and they'll all come join in and help out. Like, oh my god, he's doing it. Let's go help. He's got this completely under control, but we want some glory too. We're helping. This seems like irresponsible wizarding. Like, you know when they go in a dungeon, if the wizard gets that close to the fight, they're a dead wizard and doing no damage. They're gonna get yelled at for that. This is irresponsible. You shouldn't be teaching wizards to play like this. They're very fragile. Poor things. It's all the anemia from reading all the time. Oh, hey, I also like... It looks like a last spell warrior going in and just blasting through the zombos. They're tripping over themselves. Is that supposed to be Odin? He's got control over birds, so he's either Odin or a druid, one of the two. Legend Ymir. I mean, okay, I like the theme. Pretty sure this is also a... Well, actually, hard to tell with the models. I don't know. Who's making it? We don't know. Could be anyone. Fair enough. What's this? These are all coming out this year? I don't know if I believe that, but maybe. I know some of them are. Alright, wait, this is AOC. AOC was sure as fuck not coming out this year. I don't know where you got your info, but I hate to tell you, bucko, you're about a couple years early. Oh no. Alright, so all the information about things in 2023, it's a little dubious. You to die underneath the music just makes it sound off. I agree. That wasn't a great video. Not a great trailer. It was too long for that style. That style's more suited for something really short, where the audio that does kind of kick through needs to be real sharp and to the point. Needs to be impactful. They did it all wrong. Now we're going places. Now we got speed. Video should be titled Best MMO Trailers Coming Out. MMO Trailers. Wait, is that actually what they call it? Am I an idiot? Hold on. Am I dumb? No, MMO's coming out. Okay, yeah. Ashes of Creation is still a minimum of 2 years away. If they announce it any earlier than late 2024, I don't believe them. It's probably not coming out until 2025. Realistically. Great game, looking forward to it. Hopefully. Hopefully it does things well, but yeah, it's gonna be a while yet. Somehow growing legs did not make the snail move any faster. It's tough. This is a really cool boss, though. I like the design of this boss. It's very much like a devourer from Guild Wars, but it's a cool creature design. I like it. There's a stick bug in the back. Hello?
The year is 1889.
Yeah, it sure looks like 1889. I don't remember there being giant sticks back then that walked, but hey. Maybe. I wasn't alive then. Maybe there were. This just, right now, this just feels like Forewarned. The low budget torch animations and everything. Oh no, it's Forewarned. What is this called? No, oh, this is Nightingale. This is a cool game, but this is definitely not... this is a survival game, not an MMO. They are definitely a different genre. I don't know why people are conflating the two. They cater to completely different audiences. Well, there's probably some overlap, actually, but I wouldn't say it's significant overlap. There's a reason New World switched from being a survival, literal survival MMO, to not being. There's very limited overlap. It's there, but it's not huge. Certainly not enough to keep an MMO running and funded. So yeah, this is a survival. This isn't even an MMO. I'm not gonna watch this. Skip to the next one. This is copium here. That's what this is. MMOs aren't dead. Nightingale's coming out. It's definitely an MMO. Yeah, no, probably not. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe they'll surprise me, and it'll be like several hundred people per server or something. I don't know. I don't believe it though. Cacao Games. Well, this is Arcade 2. Yeah, this is gonna be a disaster if the first one's anything to go by. They keep trying to revive the first game and it keeps re-dying. It's died like 5 times now. If it were a cat, I'd be getting concerned. It's in the second half here. This'll be the next iteration, I guess. We'll see how it does. Maybe they've learned things from the first one failing repeatedly. Because I'm pretty sure it keeps failing for the exact same reasons every time. Pay to win. The housing system was a disaster. The PvP systems didn't end up working out super well and ended up driving people away. I think those were the 3 main ones. Pay to win, PvP didn't work out super well, and the housing system ended up being a complete disaster. A little too restricted. Then you had the whales kind of monopolizing, essentially, housing, and it was just a disaster. The gameplay was decent, though. I did play it for a couple of days, and I didn't really have any major complaints about the actual, like, gameplay, the combat. It was solid. Hey, I saw that finisher in God of War 2. Well, God of War TOO, not TWO. To clarify. I haven't played TWO yet. I have very, very slim hopes for that one, because I'm pretty sure they're going to make the same exact mistakes. Who was the one behind it? Who was the... Cacao? Cacao were definitely into pay to win. They did that shit with Black Desert, too. The only reason it wasn't as big a disaster in Black Desert is because the game was a lot more skill-based. So it didn't matter as much. But that still definitely dipped its popularity significantly. Okay, we've already seen this video. This is the Warframe MMO Soulframe. Unless they're going to show us, like, actual gameplay stuff now. We've already seen this trailer twice now on stream, I think, actually. I killed the video. Okay, no, still nothing. We're only halfway through. Maybe there's a new video. Oh, that's my video buffering. Yeah. And die. All right, hold on. Let me let's go a little lower. Oh, there we go. I just had to shrink the video down. That's fine. What's this one? This is a small section. Into the Echo. I don't think I've ever heard of this one. This is new to me. They're definitely echoing. It's a good chant. Okay, the game world looks good. Spell animation looks fine. Maybe a little busy, especially if you get a bunch of people around. Character model looks fine. The staff is winking at me. Do these two elements of architecture feel like... No, I guess they're about the same. That kind of feels like weird architecture. Interesting. A time travel odyssey. That tells me absolutely nothing. Pre-alpha starting soon. Into the Echo.online. Let me let the pink fade there. Hold on. All right. Into the Echo.com. Okay. Let me close that before I accidentally throw that up there. That's not what we need. I don't need my dashboard popping up. Okay. Into the Echo... Fuck. Into the Echo.com. That was... Did I get it wrong? It was into the Echo. Was it .co? Was it .edu? What dot was it? What dot did I missed a dot? Into the .online. What the fuck? .online? What the hell is .online? All right. Online. Alright, fair enough. Let's go. That's a weird... I guess. Fine. Okay. A massively multiplayer time travel odyssey. I'll believe it when I see it. Where's the info? A mysterious events are afoot on planet Reva, and it will take all of us working together to so the time travel is irrelevant. Because if I don't have context for the time travel doesn't matter. I might as well just be loading into a new zone. So, who cares about the time travel? Irrelevant. Unless you can make time move forward and backward in combat, a la Prince of Persia, it's irrelevant. If this were Earth, okay. I have context for that timeline. That makes it a relevant thing. I don't, so who cares? Working together to face what's coming. Polish your skills, hone your craft, and prepare yourself for the journey into the echoes of the past. Go uncover the mysteries of planet Reva. Whether you choose to master a craft, become a legendary code breaker, I guess, okay, or actually fight, your contribution is vital to moving the world forward. What does that even mean? When the crickets chirp, see the wind blow, an unseen shimmer summons the echo. Hey, it rhymed! It's like a haiku or something. Ow. Oh. I don't... What? Hello? Is this like an... Do they have an augmented reality puzzle going on right now? Wait, how do I get out of that? I don't know what the hell that is. I think that's like an augmented reality thing. Okay, join the adventure. I don't... Rava need you. The nascent stages of its evolution is faced with a seemingly insignificant cosmic event that has given its inhabitants a unique ability called... Ken? Keen? Ken. I don't know. Revered by some and feared by others. Ken has been part of life for Revi. Battles were fought and kingdoms were destroyed for the mastery over it until the formation of the Order of the Silver Birch. That's birch, not bitch. I double-checked before I said it. But the centuries-long peace seems to be once again threatened. There are no legends, no hopes of mighty heroes that will rise to save Rava. Reva? Reva was a game I played a long time ago. That was an old-school party-based RPG. What was it? Spirits of Reva or something like that? Waters of Reva? Something weird like that. It's funny because I think about it every time I see Reva Tuner. This is kind of similar. Order of the Silver Bitch sounds better. I kind of agree. Quick, look at your search history. Yeah, you ain't gonna find nothing. Losers. Although I think my router IP showed up for a second, but that's fine. That's just the outside. You can't really do anything with that one, so it doesn't matter. That's just the generic in-network IP. Okay, information, blah, blah, blah. Only us mere mortals, and our only hope is to set aside differences. Yeah, sure. What's the mechanics? What kind of game is it? Explore, learn, interactive lore sites, view the map, learn about factions. So you can look at a map, and you can read lore in the game. That's what I've gotten mechanically from it so far. Trace a history of the kingdoms across different eras of time. Collect language so we can collect things. Okay, solve puzzles. It's a puzzle game. And a whole lot more. God, I hope so, because you're not selling me so far. So far, we can do the worst parts of an MMO. What else? I would expand upon a whole lot more portion here, honestly. Get a glimpse. I'm scared. Oh god, we found the lore. This is the game. We're already in it. I'm collecting the lore. That tells me basically nothing about it. Alright, cool. Leading Rothaka, what is Shadowken and where does it come from? That's just more lore. Okay, alright, look, I don't know. I don't know. This means nothing to me yet. Okay, cool. I guess maybe it'll be cool someday. Right now, it's not quite there. That would explain why it's a very small snippet here. There be jumping puzzles? I don't know. Like, as far as I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm more confused now than when I originally went looking into it. I de-learned things about the game. I unlearned. Hey, look, we're in modern-day Russia. So what's this? I see food. There's food. Is this Tarkov Jr.? Oh god, it is Tarkov Jr., isn't it? I'm not ready. Is this Fear? What the hell is this? It's an MMO. It can't be that. Damn, they got big animals. It's like a big whale or something. That's a weird looking mushroom too. Damn, is this Chernobyl? Yeah, that axe will definitely kill what's fighting you. Oh, yeah, okay, it worked. Never mind. Just kidding. Why didn't you use the axe against them? They call that gun the old stiffy. You can imagine why. What did the donks do to deserve this? They're just trying to exist. Well, at least this one's showing us gameplay. I mean, props to them on that. I'm not sure what... Okay, you can shoot legs to slow him down. Cool. I'd rather just shoot him in the head. Like, the amount of bullets you put into his legs just to slow him down, you could have shot him in the head and he would have been dead, and you wouldn't have had to worry about him. And the other two were still moving at full speed, so that was kind of tough. I question the tactical decision there. Got bitch slapped by a rock. It's tough. Hey, it's my character from New World. I didn't realize he was in this game. It's got the horny helmet and Where have I seen that before? I have seen that somewhere. I've seen it a couple places. Diablo 3 had an enemy very much like that, but I've seen it somewhere else in 3D. Is this an asset from a store? Is this from the Unreal store? I swear to God, I've seen this exact model somewhere before. Almost exact. It looks like they might have tweaked it up a bit, but... What was it from? Can't remember. I've definitely seen... Unreal exclusive game. It's a extremely similar model, not exactly the same. Evil Dead. The Evil Dead game. One of the monster characters. The one that has all the biker zombies. And hillbillies and rednecks. A very similar model. Did they sell, like, the base model in the Unreal shop after they launched that game? That's pretty damn close to it. They're very similar. He likes the tingle a little too much. Stalker? Pioneer. Pioneer. I barely know her. I actually don't know her at all. I've never met her before. What is this, a running simulator? It would have to be a running simulator. I mean, to get an ass that defined, this would have to be a running simulator. That's all you do. This is it. This is the gameplay. You guys keep in shape. The tight pants are to keep the blood from building up in the legs. It helps, you know, squeeze the blood back up. They're functional. How dare you? What are we doing? What's happening? Nothing's happening! I agree, Freya. You tell him. See, Freya knows. She gets it. Now shoot your teammates to show how Joe play. Yeah, wait. I definitely get friendly fired way more than I friendly fire. It's a self-defense reaction at this point. Perfect game. You just run around and look at a character's ass all day. There's definitely an audience for it. You can build bullets and very mildly customize your weapon. Is that still okay? Get the cover back on. Was that get the dust cover back on? Leave it on. Stop taking it off. Now you're just showing off. Was the day before? What it? Is this it? Is this the game? You just customize a gun and then run around in an empty city? You tell them. Yeah. You can find duct tape. Well, shit, you can find duct tape. That's huge. I'm in. I'll play it. Like, imagine all the things she could do with that duct tape. She could single-handedly revive civilization. She has a roll of duct tape now. Generic zombie shooter. Got it. Oh, shooting the leg again. Should have just aimed for the head. Probably would have taken less bullets. Bigger target, too. There, well, thicker. A little bit. That were some scrawny-looking legs. I'd assume zombos will show up soon. You were right. You got it. They were zombos. Like 3 of them, and they barely reacted. They growled. They shouted a lot. That was good. It's very zombie-like behavior. It's like the 28 Days Later zombies, though. We're going into FCC. The FCC. I didn't do. What? Nobody paid me nothing. This is not sponsored. I haven't received a key for anything. Moving on before the FCC. The rest of this video is just this? Oh no! How long can they keep nothing up? I guess doing nothing, they can keep it up for a while, but there's nothing happening. That's an entire video of nothing. And this is the longest section of the entire thing. It starts at 33... That's 10 minutes of nothing. Wow. Well, that saves me a couple of minutes. Cool. Isn't this the game people are getting sus about? I have no idea. I have no idea. I would see why they're getting sus about it. It's a game, sure. I think. Well, I'm sold on that ass. Not sure about the game though. Yeah, she keeps it tone. You can't fault her for that. This is. But I don't know how that makes a game. I feel like I'd still get tired of looking at it after like 5 minutes. You know. An MMO doing the search empty houses is part of Fallout. They took the worst parts of Fallout and were like, we can make a game out of that. Yeah. I looked away. What are we talking about? You didn't miss anything. You looked away and you saw everything. Like, it was 10 minutes of basically looking away. The day before. Is there day before drama? Now I kind of want to see that. It's a little late to go into another video today, though. Hey. If somebody finds me a good video discussing the day before nonsense, we'll watch it. I'll watch it. Hell, I might even go look for one. If you find one for me, throw it in the YouTube recommendation channel in Discord. Oh, Grunt, I watched a bit of that video you linked, by the way. It's an interesting video, but I don't know if I can actually add any meaningful commentary to it because I don't know tactics. I don't know science. I'm a complete papega that I just kind of nodded along to the like 10 minutes of it I watched. I don't know if I can do that on stream because I don't think I can add to it in any meaningful way. I'm too dumb. Anyway, chat, that's probably going to go ahead and do it for me tonight. It's just about 9. I think I'm going to wrap up shop. I caught up on a couple of the videos I wanted to watch. There's still a few more out there mumbling about that I want to check out, but we'll check them out another day. Channel by the name of Big Fry TV who covers the day after stuff. Alright, well, I'll take a gander, see if any of them stand out. Because now I'm curious. The day before, I haven't heard any kerfluffle about this. But apparently it's a big deal. I guess nobody in my circle gives a shit. Which makes sense. Most of my circle don't give a shit on a day-to-day basis about much. So that checks out, I guess. But anyway, I'm heading out. It's been fun. I enjoyed days where we just kind of hang out a little bit here and there. It was nice and refreshing. Tomorrow we'll get back into Aragami 2 with Dan. We'll do our co-op tomorrow instead. I was going to do Black Reliquary, but scheduling has not worked out favorably for that. No shit's given till it's Warhammer stuff. Well, that's just declaring war. We won't even go into Nexon having the rights to the next Warhammer MMO. We'd be here all night. And I ranted about that last night. So, I don't need to do it 2 nights in a row. I'm good. But anyway. Why you no like blues? The Smurfs? It's because they're dumb. They're stupid MacGuffins that always win even when they lose. That and Sicarius. That's all the reason I need to hate them. Anyway, good night, chat. It was a pleasure. We'll reconvene tomorrow for more activities. I'll kill some people tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Enjoy your evenings. Toodles. I'm gone.